Good morning, folks. Hello and welcome to Race 1 of the 2024 ASBR Pro Racing Series, live from the Extreme Sports Park in Port Angeles, Washington. I am your live stream producer, Paul White. We're going to be bringing you all the action live today. Currently, we have the announcer and the ambient mics turned down due to the copyrighted music being played, and that will happen at various times throughout the day. We've added at least one more new camera, maybe a couple cameras, and we'll be experimenting with some new things. Hopefully we have good, solid internet. We usually do here at the Extreme Sports Park. Weather is beautiful, cool, sunny, partly cloudy. We've definitely been having some issues with the timing system as of yesterday, and I believe they've got it resolved, but we're going to find out when the first boat goes. So sit back, enjoy, and we're going to be bringing you an excellent day of racing today and tomorrow from the Extreme Sports Park. And if you can share this out, that would be appreciated.
Thank you so much for joining us today at beautiful Extreme Sports Park here in Port Angeles, Washington for the first event of our 2024 ASBR Pro Racing Series. We have a great show in store for you today. We're going to have 4 classes of boats driving in 3 classes. The 4 classes that we do have include our newest class, the LS class. These boats run stock Chevy LS motors, and they all have about 495 horsepower. Granted that we have one of those boats joining us today. They'll be joining our unlimited class. Other classes we'll be featuring today is our modified class, motors that reach up to 366 CI that are naturally aspirated. They run on race gas, producing up to 600 horsepower. We've also got our 400 class that you'll see today. Motors running up to 406 CI are naturally aspirated, running on race gas, producing up to 700 horsepower. So as you see, we just get more powerful and powerful as the day goes on. And our final class today is going to be the unlimited class. These are boats you're going to see all kinds of different motor configurations, blown motors, injected motors, turbo motors. These boats run on race gas or methanol. They can produce anywhere from 800 to 1,500 horsepower. So lots of horsepower action in store for you today. We've got all sorts of great folks on hand too, some great vendors. We've got our race teams with all sorts of gear for you on T-shirt row. So we are more than excited to get started with day 1 of the event, our first set of qualifiers. We hope to get in a handful of qualifiers for you today as our racers attempt to make the finals tomorrow. But before we start things off this morning, we want to take a moment to show our appreciation to our great country of the United States of America and our neighbors to the north with the singings of our national anthem. Please, folks, put your hands together and please rise for Janet Love from Newfoundland, Canada, who will be presenting O Canada, and her husband, Jerry Love, who will be presenting the United States anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. We'll switch our mics out. It being a great
Hello. Hiya. Okay. Oh, Canada, our native land, true patriot love in all glowing hearts, we see thee rise, and stand on guard. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep and glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Janet Love, ladies and gentlemen.
Was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Now, everybody, eyes to the sky. We've got two guys skydiving with wings on for us today. Colton and Riley say that they're just doing what they love to do. We also want to give a big shout out to their pilot, Jeff Well from Wright Brother Aviation. Everyone, let's give them a hand as they start off our show today. And here they come, folks, getting the best view in the world of ESP as they head our way.
They're not quite what you wear, but I have extras.
Thanks again to those joining us this morning. We'll be getting underway just a couple minutes. Beautiful day here at the Extreme Sports Park, Port Angeles, Washington.
And for our skydivers, Colton and Riley. And all right, who's ready for a great day of racing?
We're also so excited to have with us today from the it's John himself.
How are you doing today?
How you doing? How's everybody doing? Everybody good today?
Must be the Marine layer playing a few tricks on our wireless mics today, so we'll get wired up. Folks, I'm pleased to introduce John from the Brad and John Show of KISM, joining us today from Bellingham. John, thank you so much for being here. How are you doing this morning?
Hey, great to be here. Let's hear it for Colby and Riley, who just came in there. Colby's a local guy. Wasn't that great? Way to go. Thanks, Colby and Riley. We saw you guys practicing out here yesterday. Wright brothers doing a great job, as always, taking care of the aviation end of things. And yeah, we're out. We're set up here, getting you signed up for our 92 Days of Summer. Look for the KISM tent. Dan, the van man, is manning that thing right now. He may have some swag over there from KISM, so go see him and sign up for our $35,000 prize. And Adam, we're all jacked up here and ready for a great day of racing. Everything looks good out at the park today.
Awesome. So are we, John. And now, this isn't your guys' first rodeo here. I know I met you here last year. Was that your first time, or how many times have you been out to ESP?
I think we've been out here since they started. I mean, Brad and I were trying to think about this, lads. At least 10 years, and every year there is always excitement, especially early on. You know, things get a little tricky early on in those channels for the drivers and the navigators. So you want to be focused in early on in the runs here. But we've been coming out for years. The crowds get bigger and better every year, and we're just great, happy to be a part of it.
Absolutely, John. And you talk about watching out on those early rounds. That's because this is a very unique sport in which, if you take a look at your program, or if you don't happen to have a program with you, be sure to check out ASBR Pro Racing Series on Facebook. You can take a look at our track rotation. So there are 3 rotations per season that these drivers and navigators have a chance to take a look at, but they do not know until the day before race day what rotation they are going to be taking. So they have a whopping middle of the night to try and figure it out. They are not allowed to practice. Their first run will be this morning, so this will be their first shot taking on this rotation. The way it works is if they can get this rotation done cleanly, that's exactly what it is. It's called a clean run. We'll take their timing into consideration. Whoever's got the best times, of course, in each of their classes will qualify for tomorrow's finals. If one of these boats does not make it out of the gates, having some engine problems, they would get what would be called a DNS, did not start, and occasionally our guys like to put on a little show for you where they might be coming a little hot around a corner and find themselves up on the beach. Well, that is a did not finish, a DNF. So a little quick racing lingo for you. So just like John said, be on the lookout this morning as our drivers and navigators navigate this track for the first time. And John, I know that you've got a booth to man, so I'll let you do your thing. We'll check in with you in a little bit. Hey, thank you so much for being with us today.
Hey, thanks. We're going to have a good time. Come see us at the booth. Shout out to the Island Hoppers. Hey, guys, have fun out there. Keep everybody safe.
Thank you, John.
Checking with you later, Adam. Thanks.
And folks, John had mentioned those Island Hoppers. Those are the folks you see in the green shirts out there. They're just prepping the track now, making sure everything is good to go. They're strategically set up around the rotation to ensure that the crowd and our drivers are safe. So as you see, they're just checking things out right now. Also keep an eye on these island hoppers because they like to have fun with you too. You never know when they might want to amp up the crowd a little bit and maybe toss a t-shirt or something your way. Sounds like we're just about to get started with our first round of qualifiers. Again, this is going to be the modified class to kick things off. While they're getting ready, we want to thank a few of our sponsors that are here today. One sponsor we want to give a quick shout out to right away is Jeff Halstead Photography. He is known around the Northwest for his beautiful photography work. You can find him down in pit row. And also, he was so kind as to give us a couple of awesome 2025 Extreme Sports Park calendars. If you are interested in winning one of those calendars, we got a quick trivia question for you. After this first round of modifieds, we're actually going to have last year's ASBR Pro Racing Series modified champ come up and tell you a little bit more about all the different classes. If you know who the champ was in the modified class for last season, come tell me here at the booth. The first person to will get one of those awesome ASBR calendars, courtesy of Jeff Halstead Photography. And they're getting revved up in the pits and ready to go. And again, if you want a chance at a free calendar right away to kick things off, who was last year's champ in the modifieds for the ASBR Pro Racing Series? If you can bring me either the race team or the name of the driver and navigator, you will get yourself a new calendar, and that gentleman will be speaking to us shortly as well. We also want to take a moment to thank the first responders that are on site today, keeping us safe, and the countless volunteers. Down at the boat launch, they're crossing their last T's, dotting their last I's before we get rolling. Our race controllers, timers, and spotters getting all set to go as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we have a possible winner up here for this Jeff Halstead Photography ASBR Pro Racing Series 2025 calendar. What's your name?
Cinda.
And Cinda, who was last year's 2023 ASBR Pro Racing champ in the modified class? That's right, here's a new calendar for you. Again, Fear Not Racing's Terry Lavelle and Clint Birch, and Clint will actually be up here a little bit later on to talk to us more about each of our classes.
I'll try to pay more attention next time.
Also, folks, we've got a lot of action for you the next couple of days. If you've got children and they're starting to get a little antsy and need a little break, or if you need a little break, we do have a play zone located by ticket booth number 3 down by the handicapped area. This is a great place for the kiddos to run off some energy, so be sure to check that out. We also have several amazing vendors selling drinks, snacks, and food, so please go fill your tummy. The park also has several vendors selling all kinds of swag, so if you need a lawn chair, a sun hat, sunscreen, or t-shirt, trust me, they've got it all. The boat teams are selling their team attire down in T-shirt Alley, so on your way to the pits, be sure to stop by and support them. And also a big shout out to Stihl. American Sprint Rope Pro Racing Series is powered by Stihl. Stihl jumped on board with not only the park sponsorship, but also ASB sanctioning body and one of our race team boats. So we feel very fortunate to have them here with us today. So thank you so much. Again, the ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by Stihl. We do have our rotations out for the day. Once we are ready down in the boat launch, scheduled to kick things off is going to be the 611 boat. That's the Slippery Pickle. Jesse Denton, your driver, and Terry Lamb, your navigator. And folks, at the rare period during the day that you do hear a little quiet like this without those engines revving, be sure to go check out those vendors that we were telling you about. Here's a little idea of what you can expect to find. The Knights of Columbus is here. The Port Angeles Knights of Columbus is serving hamburgers with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, and grilled onions. All proceeds from sales go to charity, so please pick up a burger, drink, and some chips. We also have Sweet Clouds and Candy Dreams offering a variety of mouth-melting cotton candy. And what you've probably all been waiting for at this point in the day, Fogtown Coffee is here, so if you need your coffee fix, visit Fogtown Coffee Trailer, offering up a full espresso menu of hot and iced drinks. And speaking of those cold drinks, Aloha Smoothies is here as well. Aloha Smoothies offers a variety of cold fresh fruit smoothies made with real fruit juice and the freshest of fruit around. Come cool off with one of Aloha's smoothies. You'll also want to check out one of our race team's favorites, the Egg Roll Hut. Selton Glebe from Full Tilt Racing, he's got nothing but great things to say about them. Egg Roll Hut serving delicious egg rolls and stir fry. Quench your thirst with some Thai tea as well. Also some donuts to go with your coffee. Swing by Highland County Donuts and grab a box of the freshest of fresh donuts made right here on site. And as lunchtime approaches, don't forget we've got Pizza Hut here as well, serving up cheese or pepperoni pizza by the slice, served with cold soda. And Ben's Barbecue is on site as well, serving mouth-watering ribs and pulled pork. Also, for those of you enjoying the beer garden today, we have Olympus Hot Dogs over by the beer garden. Olympus Hot Dogs is offering a variety of gourmet hot dogs and nachos, and also Southern Nibble by the beer garden as well. They've got mac and cheese, mini pork ciders, and barbecue fries. So all sorts of good stuff to keep you full on a full day of racing here at ESP. And it's not just this weekend's race that you have to look forward to here at Extreme Sports Park. Be sure to join us again September 7th and 8th for our next local ASBR Pro Racing event. And we've got Fall Fest coming up as well, September 21st and 22nd, featuring monster truck shows right here at ESP. So lots of good stuff on site and lots of good stuff in store as we are officially ready to go with the first round of qualifiers for the 2024 American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series powered by Stihl. All right, folks, let's make some noise for our first racers of the day. This is the 611 boat, Jesse Denton, Terry Lamb in the Slippery Pickle. The Slippery Pickle, a very competitive bunch with some cool highlights as well. Over the years in ASBR, the green flag is up. And we are officially underway here at Extreme Sports Park. The very first round of the day. Again, the first time any of these racers have actually been out on the course, so the Slippery Pickle, just getting an idea early on. And it's going to be a DNF to start things off. Again, if you want to follow along, you can follow along in your program. We're looking at rotation number 1 today in your program or online at our American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series Facebook. Again, rotation 1, the rotation we're following today. So a DNF to start things off, but Jesse and Terry will be back at it in just a bit. In the water now is boat 55. This is Checkmate Frank and Kelly Toftemark out of Castle Rock, Washington. Career highlights. Frank was the 2004 USSBA Rookie of the Year. Also in 2023 took second place overall for the modified class. He's looking forward to get his 2024 season started and will so right now. And Checkmate hits the course. Oh, right away. A little excitement right out of the gate is going to lead to a DNF early on. So that's a couple of DNFs right out of the gate to start. Missing that first channel, taking the 10 channel instead of the 9. Again, these racers and navigators, a learning curve for the first or second runs through. So again, it's a DNF for Checkmate, but they'll have several more shots for a clean run this morning and afternoon. So we've got our first 2 boats down in our first round of modifieds. There's going to be 8 boats competing in the modifieds this morning. Well, 7 boats actually. One of our teams has 2 teams manning their boat. So you'll see the 154B and 154A boats later on. And we'll tell you about their different teams. Folks, as our next racers prepare, we want to thank Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula Division. They're a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park and would like to welcome sprint boat racers and fans. Come see Lakeside today for all your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. Also this year, OSP Sling is celebrating over 50 years of manufacturing and selling slings to companies around the world. OSP Sling is happy to be able to sponsor, along with other local companies, for the return of ESP and the sprint boat races. T Enterprises specializes in site prep for small buildings and sheds, driveway grading and maintenance. We also have an excavator with brush mower along with tractor for field and mowing rototilling. Call for an estimate at 360-912-2976. Again, that's T Enterprises at 360-912-2976. A brief break in the action here as we're checking our eyes for our timers. What are the eyes? Well, if you see Those black tubes that are right by the start and finish line, they've got cameras in there that help trigger our timing. So just making sure those are all good to go, because as you will see, it is not uncommon by the end of the race weekend for our racers to compete in a matter of thousandths of a second to beat each other. So just double checking to make sure that our eyes are good to go so we can get these race times down to the millisecond. Also, a quick disclaimer to pass along while we've got a few minutes. Outside alcohol is not allowed within the sprint boat event fenced area. We do ask that you do not bring alcohol in or bring it out. We have folks here to help maintain and enforce these rules. And if you are looking for a beverage, have no fear. We are now selling alcohol throughout the park for your convenience, but we still have 2 designated areas for drinking in the beer garden area if that is what you choose. We ask that you please be mindful of others as we implement these new additions to the park. All right, looks like our race controller is saying that we're good to go, so we should be firing back up here in just a second. The first qualifier of the first event of the year, always a little bit of an adventure as Extreme Sports Park wakes up from its hibernation. All right, let's get rolling again. The next boat out, this is boat 509. It's Bad Idea. Eric Petrin and Scarlett Taylor. We'll see what they have in store for us for their first run. And we're back at it. And there we go, we've got it. That's our first clean run of the day, folks. Bad Ideas, Eric Petrin and Scarlett Taylor in the 509 boat. And it's an official time of 53.315, 53.315, the official time, our first clean run of the 2024 season. Looks like a couple of spectators got a little too close there, but looks like our ducks are okay. Might not be the safest spot for them to go back and hang out, but hopefully if they didn't learn their lesson that first time, they'll learn it now. Sprint boat fans, Green Crows is excited to sponsor this year's event and would like to highlight our Green Crow Rock Products division. Our Rock Products business serves the Arlington, Washington area with a variety of washed sand and gravel aggregates ranging from the finest sand for golf bunkers up to boulders the size of a Volkswagen van for your landscaping needs. Visit us at greencrow.com and please welcome our team if you see them today. And now we've got boat 208 in the water. This is TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger in the Jolly Rogers boat. They're revved up and ready to go. And they're off. Jolly Rogers Racing, sponsored by RC Horse Company, Roadkill Grill, Liberty, and that's going to be a clean run for the Jolly Rogers. TJ and Keith from Spirit Lake, Idaho with a clean run, our second clean run of the morning.
I'm not going to be able to take it.
54.002, a solid run for the fairly new driving duo. This is TJ's third season as a driver. He'd previously never driven, just had been a navigator. It's Keith's third season as a navigator. He'd actually never heard of sprint boats until TJ asked him to be a navigator, so a good job by the fourth season or third season duo, starting things off here in Port Angeles this morning.
I realize that.
Up next is boat 03, Full Tilt Racing, Selden Glebe, and Savannah Patton. Full Tilt hitting the water now. So it's a DNF out of the gates early on for Full Tilt. That very first turn or two, giving a few of our race teams a little bit of an issue early on. So the DNF to start things for Full Tilt. Again, though, they'll be back at it. I'm sure that Selden will get himself some egg roll hut. He'll be ready to go again next time. Next out, we've got boat 154B. This is Purcell Racing. This is the boat we were talking about that's going to have a couple of drivers and navigators. So we'll see a couple of runs. This first one hosts James Goldberg in the driver's seat. Margaret Purcell is navigator. Margaret caught up with me this morning before the race and said she was really excited to talk about their new sponsor, Caliber Traffic Solutions, out of Playable. And the first run is going to be a DNF.
Once you start watching it, you get it.
Just 2 boats remaining in the first round of qualifiers for the modified class. It's been a struggle to start things off this morning. That's now 4 out of 6 boats DNFing, but not uncommon early on at our events as our drivers and navigators learn the course for the very first time.
Otter here, dude.
Oh, well, we're over by, you see where the announcer stand is? The tower? And see the blue tent below it? I'm underneath the blue tent. Okay, so yeah.
Our next race team ready to go. It's going to be Jason and Samantha Christ in the 86 boat. Juggernaut Racing out of Burley, Idaho. So Juggernaut in the water. They had a fantastic 2023 season last year, and also they took first at Webb Slough this year, so a good familiarity for the course for Jason and Sam. We'll see how they open up things here in 2024. And the Juggernauts picking up right where they left off last year. It's a clean run here at Extreme Sports Park in the first round of qualifiers. Official time on that, 48.631. That's our best time so far of the day. And just one more boat coming out here in the modified class before we move on to the 400s. All right, folks, we're going to have another brief break in the action while we adjust our eyes again. But that's a perfect time for us to have a true ASBR Pro Racing Series expert up here to tell us a little bit more about each class. Please give a hand and help me welcome seasoned pro, newly retired, Clint Birch.
Hi,
Yeah, glad you guys can all make it out here and watch this. I hope you're all been having fun and enjoying the excitement. It's going to be a great day of racing today.
So again, Clint recently retired, going out on top last year. Final season, taking first place. I remember that last race in Ontario, putting the cherry on top by taking first there. Could you have predicted a better finish to your racing career?
No, we really couldn't. You know, we wanted to do that, you know, and last year we had some really tough competition, and it was really exciting racing. We went out in the second round, or the last round, the finals, semifinals, and we put down a pretty good run. We went wide in one corner, sucked some grass, and I thought, oh, we just blew it. And then Frank goes out and does kind of the same thing and eats up a little more time, so we just barely squeaked by, but we'll take it, you know, so it was a lot of fun.
Awesome, great to hear. It was fun to see too. Well, we're going to talk some more about these classes in a minute. Clint's going to give us some insight. It looks like we're ready to wrap up our modifieds here. The 154A boat ready to go. Again, this is Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg, our second run of the Purcell Racing team. In the boat just a few minutes ago. Jeff Purcell taking over as the driver this time around. Up here in the first round of qualifiers in the modified class. So 2 more classes to go here in the first round. So our top time early on at this point was boat 86, Juggernauts Jason and Samantha Chris, currently leading the way with a 48.631. And Clint, so we just wrapped up our modified class, our first qualifier. We're moving to the 400s. We're going to have a lot of new fans in the stands today that maybe don't know a whole lot about the differences. Yes, it gets a little bit more powerful as we move up, but could you kind of, in the new fans' eyes, explain in a way the difference between these, you know, as we work our way up from modifieds to 400s to the unlimited class? What's kind of the best way to explain that to our new folks?
Yeah, so the super modified class, or is kind of been called the modified class now, but I kind of came in when it was called super modified, and I think I've earned the right to be called the super modified versus just a modified. So anyway, a little trivia there, but we still love it all the same. But anyway, the super modified class, we can have 367 cubic inches, naturally aspirated, single carbureted. We can pretty much do anything we want to the motors. We can use aluminum heads, any crank, any rods, any pistons, no nitrous, and we can get a lot of power out of these things and go pretty good. And so the 400 class, it's an international class. They have 412 cubic inches. Let me turn this back over now.
We're going to pick up on the 400s here in just a minute. Denson Von Track coming hot out of the gate there, drowning out Clint a little bit. This is live wire racing. They're going to be racing a couple of boats today, one in the 400 and another in the unlimited. Live wire racing, Paul's Port Angeles homes from just down the street. Sponsors of Live Wire Racing is Track Contracting Services LLC, Ed's Automotive Machine, and a few others, but more importantly right now for Live Wire, that's a clean run. .432 the time there for Live Wire Racing, 63.432. All right, so that was our first look at the 400s. Tell us a little bit now about the 400 class, Clint.
Yeah, so the 400 class is an international class that's recognized around the world, and it's actually a driver's class. There's a little more regulations and stipulations that they have to do. They have to have a cast iron block, cast iron heads, and they're limited to 412 cubic inches. And it's actually kind of a driver's class, and so they're really pushing it. They're running about 750 horsepower, something like that. And then you have the super boats, which is basically unlimited, anything you want to put in there. And there's some twin turbo boats out here, fuel injected, supercharged, you name it, running some pretty tall horsepower. One's 1,500, 1,600 horsepower in a 12-foot boat. And I'll tell you folks, that is a lot of motor in a small boat. And these things get with it pretty good, as you can all see. And yeah, it's going to be a pretty exciting race today. So we're all glad you're here. And I'm going to turn this back over, and here we go.
Thank you so much, Clint. So again, that was a little about the 400 and the Unlimiteds. We're picking things back up. 27 boat in the water. Clayton Miller and Cody Holzer. Benny Dempsey. It's going to be a clean run. It looks like a pretty solid time. Just waiting for the official time to come in here momentarily to verify.
They come at you in this straight stretch.
So 45.638, the official time there, 45.638. So again, Clinton, thank you so much for joining us up here, telling us a little bit about our racers, what we've got under the engines of those, or under the hood of those boats. And so you're obviously still involved here at ASBR. So what are you doing here in the 2024 season now that you're out of the driver's seat?
So I'm helping the full tilt team. I'm working with him. He's building a new boat over this winter. Going to be another super modified. And we're still looking for parts, putting that thing together. But right now we're just helping full tilt and getting him skills, working on his driving skills and some other tactics and stuff. It's just helping out, being here where we love it, because we love it. We're not going anywhere. We love this sport and love everything about it. So we want to thank you guys all for being here. You're awesome.
All right, thanks again, Clint. How about a round of applause, folks, for Clint Birch, last year's modified champ, newly retired, but still enjoying his time here at the ASBR Pro Racing Series.
Look, and then they just like they leave on the transfer. Sounds like it, yeah. The best time I heard. Where are they going? Really slow?
Boat 156 in the water now. This is Stephen and Randy Church. I was able to catch up with Stephen last night at the Show and Shine. He let me know that this is a brand new boat that they're running this year. I asked them if it had been out to any practice runs or races to this point. He said no. I asked, when did you finish this boat? He said this morning. So we'll see how Bad Influence fares on their maiden voyage here.
Going out back.
Also taking a look at the new logo design, it features a silhouette of Randy's brother who's currently serving the United States Army. Proud to be Armstrong Bad Influence boat 156, Stephen and Randy Church from Cheshire, Oregon.
Maybe they have different
And we've got another clean run. That's 3 in a row to start things off here in the modified class. Looks like our boats are starting to wake up a little bit.
I hear some good ones coming.
50.654, the official time there for the Bad Influence crew.
This is qualifying.
That seemed like he did way more. The last one seemed like going out.
And that Bad Influence boat sponsored by Cobalt Computer Services, Jet Speed LTD, and Order of Man.
Maybe he did the wrong one. Look at that goddamn dumb duck out there. How long's that some bitch gonna last? There ain't no duck out there. Yeah, there is. Where? You don't see that? I got fucking ethanol. You got fucking rings around your eyes. Yeah. The passengers to navigate. See straight out there the duck. Shane, do not play into this. Just went down. Did you see it, Cole? He fucked his brain up when he hit that bump. Heck yeah.
Jolly Roger Racing in the 360 boat making their way into the water now. Chris and Jen Farmer running in the 400 class. The green flag is up. And here they go. A DNF early on for the 360 boat.
He fucked up. He's like, fuck it. We fucked the course up. We're leaving. He messed up the out.
So that's going to be a DNF for the 360 boat. Chris and Jen will be back at it again, though, for the second qualifier here shortly. Folks, if you're looking to get in on the action and be part of the ASBR Pro Racing Series, here's an opportunity for you here with this next boat. Boat 21 Guano Loco, they are currently looking for sponsors. So if you want to put your name on this boat, keep an eye here. This is Larry Stihl and Chris Moldering in Guano Loco. Holding it together there. And it's going to be a DNF. So they kept it in the water for the most part, but just not able to catch the right channels. It's going to be a DNF on the first go around here for Guano Loco.
Wait till they roll. Dude, we watched one skate across, turned sideways, flip, and landed upside down. The driver was upside down in the water. That's what I heard. That water's only 2 feet, maybe 3. Wait till the big ones come on.
Yeah. I should have got that one, though.
That was Angus. Boom! Oh, yeah. Oh, what is that? 8, 10 inch left?
Yeah.
Fucking tough. Wait till they miss it, turns wide open. Oh, fuck.
Next up in the modified class, it's a special one. Boat 285 coming out here shortly. It's pure insanity. 19-year-old River Rogers, your driver.
Yeah.
Cody Brislin, his navigator from Lewiston, Idaho. They spent some time competing in the home of sprint boat racing over the winter in New Zealand and took home the NZ1 LS 2324 Jet Sprint Championship. And they're off. So let's see what they have for us here back stateside in 2024. going to be a clean run, kicking off the 2024 season. 48.867, 48.867, River Rogers and Cody Brislin in the Pure Insanity boat 285. So just one boat remaining in the 400 class. The next boat out is going to be second-year driver Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach in the 85 boat. Brad was cutting it close this morning. He was talking to us before the race started and looking at the time that check-in for everybody was going on. When he had to get his tech test done, he was waiting for his navigator. He made it in time. Of course, these sprint boat teams travel from all over the United States, Canada, and abroad. We've even got some teams from, again, the home of sprint boat race in New Zealand with us today. Brad, he is stateside, of course, but he was here, was waiting for his navigator. They made it, so they're hopping in the boat for the first time. He's excited to get rolling again. And that 85 boat is officially in the water. Brad, a retired firefighter from Otis Orchards, Washington. And here they go. And it's a clean run for the second-year driver, Brad Castle, in the 85 boat. Official time on that is 59.584, 59.584. Again, this is just Brad's second season on the sprint boat circuit, but he does have experience in racing, previously raced stock cars and mud trucks, so he's in it for the thrill and happy to be a part of the American Sprint Boat Pro Racing team. All right, folks, now it's time for our unlimited class. Time for these boats to open things up and kicking things off. Someone who's never afraid to put the throttle down. It's Scott and Jalen Rapp in the 36 boat. It's Bad Habit out of Linwood, Washington. Now, this is the LS boat that we were talking about earlier, racing in the Unlimited class today. It's going to be a DNF. He'll be back at it again. Scott and Jalen, never afraid to hit it hard right out of the gate, so hoping to learn from that first quick start. They knew right away it was a DNF, but they'll be back out to get things rolling once more. Well, we've got a second. We've got a special birthday shout out. It's Rose's husband, Michael's birthday. Michael Christian. He is one of our island hoppers over by the beer garden. Beer garden, if you want to give Michael a hand. Happy birthday. A very happy birthday. Now, Rose, she wanted to just say happy birthday, Michael. She didn't want to say anything about your age or anything like that. Your brother, Jamie, though, came running up behind her and said, no. She doesn't want to say his age. He is 44. So happy 44th birthday, Michael. Also, part of the Purcell Racing group has a birthday today. Purcell Racing wants to wish a very happy birthday to Pam. Happy birthday on behalf of all of your friends at Purcell Racing. Hope you're having a wonderful time here this weekend. Thank you for spending it with us. Here's Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson again, this time in the Unlimited class in the O2M boat. You saw them earlier in the 400s in their red boat. This one, the more traditional colors for their racing team. Vaughn's long been known for having the purple and green. We'd gotten a couple of their sponsors in earlier. We'll throw a couple more out there with their Unlimited boat. They also are sponsored by Doghouse Power Coating, Cornwell Tools, and Maxwell Silver Hammer Construction. And it's a clean run. Navigator Matt knew it. He was giving Vaughn the go-ahead down the home stretch there. You saw him pointing forward there. 56.325, the official time there, 56.325. All right, now we've got boat 151M in the water. Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. Psycho Racing. Kyle from Albany, Oregon. He's been in the boat for 20 years as a driver, lots of championships. He's raced in New Zealand and Australia, also 3 World Series, won last year's in 2023. So Psycho Racing, quite the accolades under their belt. Psycho Racing sponsored by Positive Electric Incorporated and Kinney Industries, C&L, and HR's Engines. And Psycho Racing, our first boat of the day to find land. It's a DNF, but a great photo op for you folks out there. Our island hoppers getting their first exercise in for the day. Waking up a little bit when they hit waist level in that water. Who needs a cup of coffee? They'll be awake. They're all good. So this gives us a moment while they're getting that 151M boat out of the water to check back in with our KISM friends. John's back with us over here at the announcer booth. How's everything going over at the 92.9 setup?
Oh, we're seeing a lot of our listeners out there, and we have this is our 7th stop in 48 hours to sign listeners up for our contest for the 92 days of summer, and some of them have made a clean sweep and have hit all 7 between Squim and Port Angeles. We want to thank everybody for coming out and doing that. Dan, the van man's at the tent right now. You can see him. He will get you signed up for a $35,000 prize we give away at the end of summer, but everybody was so excited at all the stops in Squim and PA about the racing this weekend, and we got great weather for it, and it's just a great environment, great atmosphere out here as always at Extreme Sports Park, and I'm so impressed with all the volunteers that come out here and help out every year for these races, man. It's just great.
It's pretty amazing. You know, they say it takes a village. The Port Angeles community puts on a heck of a show, and we're glad that you're here representing Bellingham, representing the region for us on the radio. So thanks again so much for being here, John, and we'll check in with you again shortly. Make sure you guys make it over to that 92.9 booth. Have a visit with the folks from Brad and John in the morning. Thanks again, John. We'll talk to you soon. TNT Racing scheduled to come out next. They're just checking everything out, making sure they're good to launch, and it looks like the 66M boat is officially in the water. Dylan Cummings, the driver, Mike McAnamy, his navigator. Dylan looking to make new memories on the track this year. He says his career highlights are in the making, so be sure to keep a close eye here as TNT Racing hits the water for their first run of the 2024 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by Stihl. And the 66M boat with a clean run. .47427 the official time there. That's the top time in the unlimited class early on here at Extreme Sports Park.
Got another birthday announcement for Wicked. Hi. So it's Samantha and Sammy's birthday with Wicked Racing today. She's going to be 33, and Dan asked me if you guys could announce that right when they get ready to go. Sure, yeah, of course. Our next racing team making the trek all the way from the birthplace of jet sprint racing, coming all the way from New Zealand. It's the Poison Ivy team in boat 111. Rob Cooley, known as Mad Dog Cooley, your driver. His navigator, Tanner. Taking a look at Rob's highlights, he's got a few of them, winning the New Zealand Championship in 2023 and putting an end to finishing in spin pools. Couple of his career highlights. And what he means by that is at one point he went flying out of the spin pool right into the trees on a neighboring property at one of his previous races. So this is a powerful boat. It's gotten some air in the past. So watch closely, folks. The green flag is up. And Poison Ivy making the journey stateside with their first run here in the ASBR Pro Racing Series. Poison Ivy sponsors Building King LTD and Rogers Motors. Can definitely see the experience early on with the way they hug those curves. And it's a clean run. So 53.174 from our New Zealand-born team, Poison Ivy. A good start to the day for them after making the trek overseas to participate in this weekend's race. We've got another TNT boat getting ready at the launch now. This is 99M TNT Racing's Tim Cummings and Jess Godself. Green flag is up, and 99M hits the water. T&D Contracting, Ed's Automotive, Doghouse Powder Coating, and The Roof Guru, all sponsors of the TNT Racing 99M boat here in the Unlimited class. And it's a DNF. So we've got 8 boats here in this unlimited class today. So far, down 6. 3 DNFs, 3 clean runs. We'll see how things wrap up here. Island Hopper's getting a little work in again, helping Tim and Jess get back on track as they make their way back to the boat launch. Race fans, Copycat Graphics and Signs is your premier print shop of the Pacific Northwest. They're the one-stop shop for all your business advertising needs. They offer custom apparel, vehicle and vessel graphics, full vehicle wraps, graphic design, signs, A-board, banners, and more. Again, that's Copycat Graphics, your premier print shop of the Pacific Northwest. We also talked a little bit about our on-site vendors earlier. Pizza Hut is proud to be a sponsor at all of this year's ESP events. Don't forget to stop by and grab your mega slice and drink. Hungry? Get your favorite pizza and wings at Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. Our Island Hopper is making their way back to their station so we can resume racing. All of our Island Hoppers strategically placed so that everybody has a 360 view of what's going on in the venue to keep our racers, navigators, and spectators all safe. Clint was up here earlier and told us about how much of a punch these boats can pack. So they've been known to catch air and travel pretty far. So these island hoppers here to keep everybody safe. Our island hoppers back in place. Wicked Racing just putting the finishing touches on their sprint boat down in the boat launch as they prepare to unload. They're scheduled to come out next. Wicked Racing, the number 10 boat, driven by Dan Morrison. His navigator, Sammy. Both local here in Port Angeles. Dan Morrison, the owner here at Extreme Sports Park, a longtime sprint boat enthusiast. He's a 6-time unlimited national champ and national champ of Supermods in 2008. So he's got some hardware on his mantle from his years as a competitor in jet sprint boat racing. The Wicked Racing team, sponsored by Stihl, Pelican Fuel, Doghouse Powder Coating, VP Fuels, Ed's Automotive and Machine, Bubba's Frozen Plugs, and Alderson Auto Body. All right, so at this time, folks, with the delay in the 10 boat getting started, they are officially on the clock, a 5-minute clock for them to get rolling, or else they will have a DNS here in the first round. And just like that, they're up and running again. So as soon as the clock starts, looks like they're ready to go again. But you will see that occasionally if there's a stall out early on, or maybe just a couple of mechanical issues or safety issues that need to be ironed out and it's taking a little bit longer than normal. We want to keep the show rolling for you. And so according to the ASBR Pro Racing Series rules, after a certain amount of time, you will be placed on the clock. And you've got 5 minutes to get everything in gear if you don't want a DNS. But looks like they're ready to go. And we told you about Dan's accolades earlier as the 6-time champ. Well, perhaps even more exciting, his navigator, Sammy, it is her birthday, so happy birthday to Navigator Sammy in the 10 boat. A big round of applause for our wicked navigator. Happy birthday, Sammy, and they're off. Perhaps a bit excited after getting on the clock earlier and rushing. It's going to be a DNF straight out of the gates for Dan and Sammy. They still open it up a bit here early on. Catch a little bit of the island there. So a DNF, but we did have a chance there to see how just how much that Wicked Racing boat could open things up. So some good speed, good power behind that vessel. We'll see them back in the second round of qualifiers. And now we've got just one boat left in the first round of qualifiers here in the Unlimited class. Next out is going to be Jolly Rogers Racing in the 39M boat. Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Taking a look at their bios, Eric's been in racing for about a bazillion years now, and he goes pretty fast. The type and make of their boat listed as the Werner Special. Again, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Jolly Rogers, the 39M boat. Wrapping up our first round of qualifiers here at Extreme Sports Park. The green flag is up. And Jolly Rogers takes off. And that's going to be another DNF. So a handful of clean runs in there, but back-to-back-to-back DNFs to wrap things up in the first round of qualifying in the unlimited class. And once again, folks, if you're wondering, well, what's a clean run, what's a DNF? We're following rotation 1 of our 2024 track rotations. Those rotations can be found in our program and also online on our social media. So if you don't have a program with you, be sure to go on Facebook and like and follow American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series, and you can check out our track rotation and lots of other fun stuff. Got some great media on there. Our social media guru, Sherida, been doing a great job on all of our social media outlets. We also have standings on there as well. And lots of other good stuff about your 2024 race teams and the American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Circuit. All right, folks, we're back where we started now in the modified class. This is the second round, kicking off now. Boat 611 taking their second shot at this track rotation. It was a DNF in the first run for Jesse Denton and Terry Lamb. The Slippery Pickle. And here they go. The Slippery Pickle, sponsored by Wishy Washy Laundromats of Idaho. Jesse, actually the owner of Wishy Washy Laundromats. Also sponsored by Tatted Tactical Custom Guns. Terry Lamb, the owner of Tatted Tactical. And speaking of Terry, Jesse's Navigator, some Navigator career highlights. He's a firefighter and EMT.
Look at that.
A DNF here,
Look at that time.
but the Slippery Pickle will be back out there. A couple other fun facts to throw out there about our Navigator. Terry's a 4-time American Ninja Warrior athlete. Also, I had a chance to catch up with him at the Show and Shine yesterday. He was telling me about how one of his passions is helping set up junior American Ninja Warrior type courses for young folks at different ages. A real passion of his. So a good group there, the guys at Slippery Pickle. Traveling over here to the Olympic Peninsula from Idaho to participate in this weekend's race. Checkmate back in the water now. It was a DNF in the first round for Frank and Kelly as they look for their first clean run of the day. And that's going to be a clean run. So checkmate. Their first clean run of the morning and a solid time there. 48.738, the official time coming down. A very solid run for Checkmate Racing. The second best we've seen so far today in the modified class.
He didn't know. Well, he didn't know the night. His boat's actually blown up.
Bad idea. Back in the water now. It's Eric Airbrush Petring and Scarlett Angel Taylor. The 509 boat. Eric, a custom airbrush artist. Scarlett, a specialty painter. So let's see what the artistic duo has in store for the second round of qualifiers here as they're off. They ran the first clean run of the day early on, running a 53.35 in the first round of qualifiers. See if they can beat that here. Looks like that's going to be a clean run. .221, your official time there. 53.221, a solid run for the 509 boat. Bad idea. Shaving a little over a tenth of a second off of their first round qualifier. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a minute to honor all the veterans who are here with us today and have served our country. Without all of you veterans, we would not be here today having this race. From all of us, we want to sincerely thank you for your service. We are proud of you. We also would like to give a special thank you to the disabled veterans that are here with us today. Let's hear it, folks, for all the veterans in the house here today at Extreme Sports Park. Thank you for your service. All right, green flag is up for our next racers. It's the 208 boat. And they're off. This is Jolly Rogers Racing's TJ Burrows and Keith Boomhauer Brownsberger. TJ and Keith hailing from Spirit Lake, Idaho. They had a clean first run at just over 54 seconds, trying to beat that here in the second round of qualifiers. And that's going to be a clean run for the 208 boat. And a very solid time if that holds up. And it does. 52.363, the official time there. 52.363. Folks, if you want to keep an eye on those times, you can see there are a few timing boards strategically placed around the venue within the track. So keep an eye on those digital numbers. So those are the time that we get live. It has to be verified by our official timing crew. We've got lots of extra timing mechanisms in place just to verify that it's correct. But that was one of those cases where, yes, that timing is correct. 52.363 for TJ Burrows and Keith Boomhauer Brownsberger. Full tilt racing in the water now. This is boat 03, Selden Glebe and Savannah Patton, his navigator. They had a DNF in the first round, hoping for a clean run here in the second. Fun fact about ASBR and jet sprint boat racing in general, there is no age limit. You see folks from all walks of life. For example, Savannah, Selden's navigator here, just 16 years old, out of Newman Lake. And it'll be a DNF and another good opportunity for you to check out the full tilt racing boat this time. So they catch the beach there, but they'll be back at it soon enough. And Extreme Sports Park fans, we've got some cool stuff coming up for you at Fall Fest at ESP, scheduled for a whole weekend of fun this September 20th through 22nd. New this year, ESP is hosting 2 monster truck shows. The 4x4 Unlimited Series Extreme Obstacle Racing Show is back by popular demand. And we have added the PNW Fast Racing 4x4s with lots of horsepower to rip around on the new track that has been constructed just south of the pits. We also have secured a space for the Dreamcatcher hot air balloon to give out rides that are tethered and will reach up to 300 feet, so be sure to come check out all the fun. We're going to have a huge beer and spirits garden packed with music. We'll host our first cornhole tournament. That's sure to be a hit. We'll also have fun activities including an axe throwing alley, pumpkin patch, hay maze, hay rides, petting zoo, bounce houses, face painting, zip lining, and all the food you can think of. There are so many things to do, we can't even list them all. This is an awesome adventure for a weekend of fun for you and the whole family. Family Day tickets are free for 5 and under, $8 to $10 for children and adults. We will see you there again. That is Fall Fest at ESP this September 20th through the 22nd. Extreme Sports Park, the place to be for birthdays this weekend. Maria Toogood, your family wants to wish you a very happy birthday. Happy birthday to Maria Toogood. Thank you so much for you and your family joining us here at Extreme Sports Park. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Fans, if you see Maria, why don't you take her down to T-Shirt Alley and maybe buy her some swag from her favorite race team. Happy birthday, Maria. Well, folks, whether you need storage, a garden shed, carport, tiny home, or barn, we've got them at Red Sheds. Come see us on Highway 101 east between Port Angeles and Sequim, or in Port Hadlock on Highway 19 between Chimica and Port Townsend at Red Sheds. We've got you covered. All right, resuming racing here. It's the 154B boat in the water. James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell coming off a DNF in the first round, looking for their first clean run of the day. catching a little bit of the islands there, but still staying on track. And that is going to be a clean run. So 49.224 the official time coming down there for James and Margaret of Purcell Racing. So a very solid, clean run there.
There's space down there if you want to come down here. Okay, bye.
Boat 86 in the water now. This is Jason and Sam Christ back at it. It's another clean run. 46.502, a very, very good run time for Juggernaut Racing. They just seem to own ESP. Juggernaut Racing's main sponsor, Redox Bionutrients, has got to be very happy with their performance. Always putting on a good show here at Extreme Sports Park.
That's what the motor sounds like on my big hill. Well, thank you. Oh, it does? Oh, yeah, it does.
And folks, as we approach the noon hour, if you're starting to get a little hungry, don't forget to check out the Berm. We got a great food court up there. You can find Knights of Columbus, Sweet Clouds and Candy Dreams, Fogtown Coffee, Aloha Smoothies, Egg Roll Hut, Highland County Donuts, Pizza Hut, and Ben's Barbecue, all up there on the Berm. And if you're down by the beer gardens, be sure to check out Olympus Hot Dogs and Southern Nibbles. So lots of great stuff here at Extreme Sports Park. Boat 154A in the water now. This is our Purcell duo of Jeff driving and James Goldberg as the navigator. Our island hoppers rushing over to the 154 boat, hoping to make sure that everybody is okay as they check in on our racer and navigators. The fence keeping them from rolling over, but still a hard hit. Topside against the fence as our island hoppers rush in to check in on them. I can't see what they're doing over there. EMT is going to check on the safety of our driver and racer. And it's an extreme sport, folks, so one of the unfortunate situations that can occasionally come up and happen. These racers and navigators put their safety on the line with these boats every time they take to these tracks. All right, it looks like both our driver and navigator are out, so looks like everything is okay for the 154A boat. Let's give a hand to Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Jeff and James, glad to see you're doing all right. And folks, some of the behind the scenes folks that you don't usually see, but they're on staff. So you saw our EMTs, of course, we're super thankful for their support. Now here's a chance to check out our tractor coming to help get that 154 boat back safely.
Haven't had a chance to tell you online. Streaming computer was upgraded to Windows 11, and the one part that isn't compatible and is not working is the connection to the timer. So we'll be working on that for the next race. And Cletus is not here today, as if you haven't already figured that out.
So our tractor will make his quick run down the catwalk and turn around and head back to his home. But that's an example, folks, of just why it's so important for us to have all of these island hoppers on staff, being able to check in on our folks regularly, make sure everybody's okay. So important to have EMTs and first responders on staff just in case that there was any sort of a emergency. So thank you again for all of our volunteers and our emergency services providers that are on hand helping us out today. And most importantly, we're just glad to see that Jeff and James are doing all right. From this angle, it looked like those roll bars took a direct hit to the fence there. So, of course, showing off some of the safety features of the boat, keeping them safe. These drivers and navigators are also strapped in, also wearing fire suits, so they are locked in. They're pretty solid to keep them safe as well. That is where you'll notice when you keep an eye on your navigators. The navigators there helping their drivers, of course, find their way around the course, because you got to imagine with how low these boats are sitting, these folks' heads are maybe 3-4 feet above the water, if that. So it is lightning fast decisions that need to be made. So they're relying on their navigator, whose only free way of communicating with how loud the boats are and being strapped in. They have their left hand free, so you'll see the navigator pointing with their left hand, right, left, straight away. And that's just all due to the safety features in these boats. Also, folks, if you've been checking out some of the gear and some of the vendors, if you're in need of cash, don't you worry. ESP does have 2 ATMs. These machines are located in the South Ticket Booth area and in the North Ticket Booth area. Look for the ATM banner and don't fret. We've got lots of cash in there for you to spend. We are also taking credit cards now as well. Also, we want to do a quick shout out to all of our VIPs located up on the top berm. Thank you, VIPs. Are you having a good time up there? All right, folks, if you want to be a VIP, you can be too. Just ask us how. So any Extreme Sports Park folks rolling around, be sure to just ask, hey, how can I become a VIP? We'll be more than happy to show you. So the Island Hoppers are back in their spots ready to go. We've just wrapped up our second round of qualifiers in the modified class, now moving on to the 400s. Boat 02 in the water now. Matt Denson driving with Von Trapp as the navigator. The 02 boat. They had a clean run in their first round, 63.432. They're going to try and beat that here. We'll see what they've got for us in round 2. Second season as a driver. Previously had been a navigator. He's only been upside down when he's been a navigator, so trying to keep that from happening as he takes on driving duties for the second season. Matt's a diesel mechanic out of Oak Harbor, and that is going to be a DNF. Preventing Insanity making their way into the water now, out of Lewiston, Idaho. Currently with the best time of the 400 class today. They were under 46 seconds in their first round. Can they even improve on that? We'll find out here shortly. And that's going to be a clean run, and they do indeed improve upon their fantastic first qualifier time. 43.509. So not only did they have the best run of the 400s in the first round, they've shaved a full 2 seconds off of that here in the second. Boat 156 in the water now. Bad Influence making their second run of the day. Coming off a runtime of just under 51 seconds in our first round of qualifiers. Green flag is up. And the Churches go for their second clean run of the day here. And that's going to be a clean run. So an official time of just under 48 seconds for Stephen and Randy Church in the Bad Influence boat. 47.957. And folks, a chance for you to see a special run here by the 360 boat. Chris Farmer and Jen Farmer looking for their first clean run of the day. And 360 with a clean run, but slams right into the fence. Smoke, fire coming out of that boat. EMTs are hot on it. Island hoppers going to assist our 360 boat. Looks like, thankfully, both our driver and navigator are out all right. They hit that fence hard. Our island hoppers checking in on both our driver and navigator, making sure that Chris and Jen are both all right. So despite the hard landing, that was indeed a clean run, 47.619 for Chris and Jen Farmer. So a solid run. They say to go out strong. You can't go much stronger than that. Glad to see they're all right. Their boat, on the other hand, we'll need to see. And now you see, if you're up close, you can see all the reinforcements on these fences. That is why. Our island hoppers trying to get an idea of how they're going to free that boat from the fence. So we're just about halfway through the second round of qualifiers here in the first event of the ASBR Pro Racing Series 2024, powered by Stihl. So looks like that boat hit with so much force. I'm hearing through the radios there's some holes in the fence there, even a power pole that's been busted up over there. So that was some serious force that 360 boat went into that fence with. Pretty amazing how quickly both our driver and navigator were able to get back on their feet and walk away, thankfully. So our island hoppers helping to get that boat back up on the trailer. A few members of the official crew heading over to inspect that fence to make sure that they get it safe to continue racing. So now would be as good a time, if any, as we're right up against the noon hour. If you want to grab a bite to eat, we'll tell you a little bit again about what we've got. So the Port Angeles Knights at Columbus, they're serving hamburgers with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, and grilled onions. All proceeds will go to charity, so pick up a burger, drink, and chips from the Knights of Columbus, located up on the berm. Also on the berm, we've got Sweet Clouds and Candy Dreams, offering a variety of mouth-melting cotton candy. And if you need a coffee fix, visit Fogtown Coffee Trailer. They're offering up a full espresso menu. We also have Aloha Smoothies on site today, offering a variety of fresh fruit smoothies made with real fruit juice and the freshest of fruit around. Come cool off with one of Aloha's smoothies. Egg Roll Hut's up on the berm as well, serving delicious egg rolls and stir fry. Quench your thirst with some Thai tea as well. And swing by Highland County Donuts and grab a box of the freshest of fresh donuts made right on site. Also, if you're looking for a slice of za, Pizza Hut's got cheese or pepperoni pizza by the slice, served with a cold soda. And also on the berm, Ben's Barbecue, serving mouth-watering ribs and pulled pork. Vendors by the beer gardens as well. We've got Olympus Hot Dogs, offering a variety of gourmet hot dogs and nachos, and Southern Nibble, located by the beer garden, serving mac and cheese, mini pork sliders, and barbecue fries. Race fans, Green Crows is excited to sponsor this year's event and would like to highlight our Green Crow Rock Products division. Our rock products business serves the Arlington, Washington area with a variety of washed sand and gravel aggregates, ranging from the finest sand for golf bunkers up to boulders the size of a Volkswagen van for your landscaping needs. Visit us at greencrow.com and please welcome our team if you see them today. Lower Elwha Food and Fuel Campus strives to bring the best possible service and prices to our Olympic Peninsula. With regular customers returning daily, we know how best to serve you. We're neighbors in the community. You can count on us to be your destination and your gateway to the Olympic National Park. Race fans, be sure to visit Pen Print for all your graphic and printing needs. Heather and George are a large part of this community and support Wicked Racing and the Extreme Sports Park. We support you, Pen Print. Thank you for all you do for us here at ESP. Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles, a supporter of Extreme Sports Park. For all your domestic and foreign auto repair needs, call Frank's Automotive Repair. CHS Propane is pleased to sponsor Wicked Racing. CHS Propane is your full-service propane company servicing the Olympic Peninsula, is locally owned and operated by trained and experienced professionals dedicated to customer satisfaction and your safety. Did you know that the park itself actually has no electricity? We run everything off of generators. CHS Propane supplies our big generator with all the fuel we'll need to keep things running. We thank you all at CHS. You are awesome. Herman Brothers is proud to have been serving this great community for over.
So we will have a delay here for a little while until we can get this fence repaired. Sorry if that was a little loud, but we'll be getting underway here again shortly.
Also, folks, we talked about our food vendors earlier. Be sure to head down to T-Shirt Alley just prior to the pits, but not in the pits, and support your favorite sprint boat team by wearing their merchandise. We have several teams that sell some awesome swag, so go check them out. We also have several new vendors in the upper vendor area, including Northwest Nuggets, who donate a portion of their proceeds to help the military and first responders. They sell ESP attire and ASB merchandise, along with many other items. So go and check out all they have to offer down at T-Shirt Alley. They're still inspecting the fence, making sure that we're safe to resume our racing. You can see our folks getting some hay reinforcements put up. Doing a little patchwork where that boat went through. And ESP fans, don't forget about the Kids Zone we've got located near the beer garden. It's a place for your kids to go play. There's just a $5 an hour fee to watch your child. If you need a break or your kid needs a break, we know your kiddos are in good hands and will have a great time playing with all they have to offer. Go check out the Kids Zone located right near the beer garden here at Extreme Sports Park. Well, folks, we got John back up in the booth, coming in, checking in from the 92.9 booth himself. So a little bit of excitement here early on.
Yeah, I've in all the years we've been coming out here, I've never seen fire come out of the back of one of those. I'm glad everybody's okay there, and it's always safety first here at Extreme Sports Park, so they're going to take care of things there. And we want to thank everybody coming out here today. The KISM tent has our VIP tent has some veterans. We're proud to have them with us, and we want to say thanks to all of our veterans. A big round of applause to all the veterans out here today, folks. Thank you very much for your service. We appreciate that. The KISM tent right now has Dan the Van Man manning it and signing you up for the 92 days of summer. That's a $35,000 prize that we're going to be giving away at the end of the summer. You like boats. I know you like boats because you're out here. There's a boat that you can win this year. We got all kinds of vehicles and four-wheelers and, all kinds of cool stuff. So go see Dan right now and get signed up for that. And I think during intermission, Dan, the Van Man, may have some knucklehead swag he'll be giving away a little later on. And we've just had a great time seeing all the folks from the peninsula, all parts, Forks. We even have some listeners from Victoria, BC, from Canada here. Our Canadian listeners, we thank them for coming out. It's been great seeing everybody. So enjoy it. Another day of racing tomorrow as well. So we'll be back at the intermission, and we'll have some knucklehead swag to give away at the KISM 10, Adam.
All right, thank you so much, John. So you heard him. Go check out the KISM tent. Win. That's a nice grand prize. Meet some of your favorite radio personalities. And fans, if you want to get an up-close look at these fantastic machines, be sure to visit T-Shirt Row. You can take a up-close look at the boat launch there. See the ins and outs as our fantastic Jeep teams help keep this show rolling. Staying on top of all the organization there. I think it was, I want to say 7 Jeeps I counted this morning, so nice turnout. We want to thank our Jeep teams for everything they do for us here at Extreme Sports Park. And speaking of everything we do here at Extreme Sports Park, we've got another sprint boat race coming up for you September 7th and 8th, so be sure to join us again in September for that. We're excited to bring you our second event of the season at that time. And, of course, shortly after our second sprint boat race of the season, we're going to have Fall Fest coming up. Fall Fest is going to be a whole weekend of fun, the 20th through the 22nd, so just a little bit after that second race. And you'll see some more extreme machines at that event, because this year, new at Fall Fest, ESP is hosting 2 monster truck shows. That's the 4x4 Unlimited Series Extreme Obstacle Racing Show, backed by popular demand. And we've also added the P&W Fast Racing 4x4s with lots of horsepower to rip around on the new track that has been constructed just south of the pits. So lots of cool stuff to look forward to here at Extreme Sports Park. Also during that Fall Fest, we have secured a space for the Dreamcatcher hot air balloon to give out rides that are tethered and will reach up to 300 feet. So you'll be sure to want to check that out as well. Also in store, a huge beer and spirits garden packed with music, and we'll host our first cornhole tournament. That's sure to be a hit. We will always have fun activities, including axe throwing alley, pumpkin patch, hay maze, hay rides, petting zoo, bounce houses, face painting, zip lining, and all the food you can think of. There are so many things to do that we just can't list them all. This is an awesome adventure for a weekend of fun for you and the whole family. Family Day tickets are free for those 5 and under, and $8 to $10 for children and adults. We will see you at Fall Fest. Again, that is September 20th through the 22nd here at Extreme Sports Park. So if you're over the part of the park that we had our hay bales stored at earlier and thought, man, that is a lot, well, it's taken just about all of them to seal things up down there by the spin-out pool. Again, wanting to just make sure everything is safely secured and 100% enclosed before we resume racing. Also, while that fence is being repaired, EMT is still assisting with our 360 boat team. And we were all just hoping for the best for the health and well-being of Chris and Jen Farmer. And folks, just a reminder for you as you spend your weekend with us at Extreme Sports Park, outside alcohol is not allowed within the sprint boat event fenced area. We ask that you do not bring alcohol in or bring it out. We have folks here to help maintain and enforce these rules. We are now selling alcohol throughout the park for your convenience, but we still have 2 designated areas for drinking in the beer garden if that is what you choose. We ask that you please be mindful of others as we implement these new additions to the park. All right, looks like our fence is mended up. So the fence has been mended up and is good to go. Now it's a matter of, more importantly, our 360 team being mended up as well. So EMT is assisting to the 360 team. Sounds like it's just precautionary, but just wanting to make sure that the health and safety of everybody is okay. And a round of applause coming from the boat launch. As we hope to see Chris and Jen back out here soon, but more importantly, making sure that they're mended up and back to 100% health. So Chris and Jen, wishing the best for you guys. And thank you so much to our EMTs for being on staff to help out.
So we're going to get back underway here just shortly, soon as the one ambulance leaves.
Pressing matters at hand after they've cleared up, we will be resuming racing. We have been told that our fence is safe and secure to continue. Our island hoppers back ready to go, and our Jeep teams getting our next set of boats lined up to come out. So thank you for your patience, folks, as we'll be back underway here very shortly. All right, folks. So again, we do see in the pits our emergency vehicles. They're here on hand helping our teams out. Sounds like it is precautionary, checking in on the health and safety of Chris and Jen Farmer. We do hope to see them back here on the track as soon as they're back to 100%. So how about one more round of applause for Chris Farmer and Jen Farmer in the 360 boat, putting on a great run. Obviously giving it all they had with that 47.619. Hoping for a safe and quick recovery for you guys. And we'll be back with our modified class, or our 400 class, shortly. And kind of a look at what the schedule is for the weekend, folks. We do have our qualifiers going on right now. We are currently about halfway through our second qualifier. So being about halfway through the second qualifier and taking a look here and seeing we're getting close to the lunch hour, just to let you all know, after we wrap up this second round of qualifiers, we will give you an introduction to the drivers and navigators that you're seeing out on the track today. And after that, we'll be taking a brief intermission so they can inspect their boats, recharge themselves, and get back out there for our second half of qualifiers this afternoon. So today is all about putting on your best runs, learning the track. Tomorrow, we'll have another qualifier or two to give our folks one last chance to make it into the finals. What happens to get into the finals? Well, there is an 8-cut that each of these groups is trying to make it to, the modifieds, the 400s, and the unlimited class. So the goal today and tomorrow, get a top 8 times so that you can make it to the 8-cut. Then it's going to be matched up with the top 4 moving on to a 4-cut, and then the top 2 and our champions for the weekend in each round. So that's what's in store tomorrow. Again, today we've got the qualifiers going on halfway through our second one before we take our intermission. But we do still have plenty more racing for you this afternoon. And race fans, the American Sprint Boat Racing Pro Racing Series is powered by Stihl. Stihl's tools are the #1 selling brand of gasoline-powered handheld outdoor equipment in America. This legendary power and performance can now be found in the convenience of battery with no noise and limited maintenance. Pick your power with Stihl. Find yours at stihldealers.com. We also want to thank VP Racing Fuels as a proud sponsor of the American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. Arlen's down at the VP Fuels booth, keeping sure that all of our boats are gassed up for this weekend's events to keep putting on that show for you. And speaking of putting on a show, be sure to stick around during our intermission shortly for some pretty awesome folks. It's the Cascade Renegade Riders that are here today to support the Burn Children's Recovery Foundation. So be sure to check out the Cascade Renegade Riders. They're here to support the Burn Children's Recovery Foundation. All donations will be sent to help with the recovery of burned children. If you'd like to donate, please drop off your information by the tower after the show today. All right, so it looks like things are starting to clear up a bit down in the pit area. We are ready to resume racing. So, Island Hoppers, please find your spots. All right, folks, are you ready to resume some racing here? All right, here we go. Coming out now.
Who is this?
It's Guano Loco. Guano Loco, the number 21 boat, looking for their first clean run of the day. And unfortunately, it's going to have to wait till our third round of qualifiers. It's a DNF as they find the beach. So a workout here for our Island Hoppers. Meanwhile, while these guys are working hard, we've got some other Island Hoppers with some special swag for you. So be sure to make some noise for them if you want your chance to win some gear. Also, folks, with our intermission approaching soon, we want to let you know that during our lunch break, we've got some special entertainment for you. The West Coast Surf Riders and the PNW Water X racer groups that usually do their competitions on the ocean waves and perform freestyle shows for exhibition shows, they're here to put on a show for us today. So you'll see some jet ski action. Backed by popular demand, we gladly welcome them to entertain you all at the halftime break. Please visit them on Facebook for their future event schedule. Again, that's the West Coast Surf Riders and the PNW Water X racer groups. They'll be coming up shortly during our lunch break. Also, attention race teams. We'll be taking our halftime break after this second round of qualifiers. So please be ready for your introductions at the conclusion of our unlimited class this round. Again, race teams, we will be doing driver introductions at the conclusion of this round before we break for our halftime break. And boys and girls, be sure to check out ESP this fall for a free trick-or-treat trail here at Extreme Sports Park. That's all happening Halloween Day from 2 to 5 p.m. All kids are welcome in their favorite costumes. Be ready for some spooktacular fun. We will have over 25 booths set up from local businesses. Pizza Hut will be our food vendor this year, so bring your appetite. We'll see you at the free trick-or-treat trail at Extreme Sports Park. That's happening Halloween Day from 2 to 5 p.m. We'd also like to take a moment to thank all of our officials that bring their expertise to each and every show, and we could not do this without them. We also thank our safety crew, the Island Hoppers, for the huge risk they take to keep everyone on the hot track safe. This crew needs to be watched as they can be quite humorous in the middle of it all, as you are seeing right now. We also appreciate the amazing people who helped with this event and could not run this show without your fabulous volunteers, staff, and the 4x4 launch crew. We appreciate you all. We also have some amazing photographers and live stream that can be seen all around the world, so please check them out as well. Again, that is our live stream, which you can view on YouTube at our ASBR Pro Racing YouTube page. Attention race fans, if you are the owner of a white Honda CRV, Washington plates BZJ5454, your lights are on, just so you know. You don't want to be stranded, or do you? All right, let's get back underway now. It's boat 285 in the water. This is River Rogers and Cody Brislin coming off a clean run of just under 49 seconds as we jump back into action here in the 400 class. And they're off. Revving that Chevy 400 engine right out the gate. The Pure Insanity boat, a Sprint Tech GFX 50, the 13-foot boat. Putting together a very strong time here. They're coming down the home stretch. And that is a clean run. .388, the official time there, over 4 seconds trimmed off the previous time for Pure Insanity. So a fantastic run here in the second round of qualifiers. Just one more boat here in the 400 class. It's going to be boat 85, Brad Castle. So 85 in the water now. It's Brad Castle driving. Dakota Hembach, his navigator. Brad completed his rotation in just under a minute in the first round of qualifiers. The green flag is up. And our final boat in the 400 class is off. Catching a corner there, but holding steady. That'll be a clean run. Brad getting more comfortable at the track. Brad and Dakota with a 53.466 time, so great job by them, shaving 6 seconds off. Again, the 85 boat, just a handful of races under their belt, so we can see they're getting more and more comfortable. And that's going to wrap up the 400 class. So now just one more class before we take our halftime break and get you started with your halftime entertainment. We've got the unlimited class coming up. And again, race teams, we will be having halftime following the conclusion of this round. So if you haven't already, please start preparing for driver and navigator introductions, which we will do immediately following the conclusion of this round. All right, boat 36 kicking things off for the unlimited class. Scott and Jalen Rapp coming off a DNF in their first round, trying to break that bad habit here, looking for a clean run. And here they go. And it's going to be another DNF for bad habit. So a couple of DNFs to start off the day for Scott and Jalen Rapp. They'll look to make up some ground in the second half of the day. Next up, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp are going to switch boats and switch seats in the 02M boat. This time, Vaughn will take the wheel in the unlimited class version of their boat with Matt as his navigator. Vaughn was previously the crew chief for TNT Racing from 2007 and then bought Livewire in 2018, so he's excited to be up here on the track. Coming off a 56.325 run in their first shot at the track rotation. The green flag is up. And Livewire Racing is live. Vaughn, a local contractor in the area. Matt, a diesel mechanic. enjoying their second jobs as drivers and navigators in the ASBR Pro Racing Series. Off to what looks like a good start on this run so far. And it's a clean run for the O2M boat Wicked Race Live Wire Racing's Von Trapp and Matt Denson. 54.866 the official time there. 54.86 for Von Trapp and Matt Denson with Live Wire Racing. All right, we got boat 151M in the water now. It's Psycho Racing. Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. A DNF in their first run. Looking for a clean run here. And that's going to be the first clean run of the day for Psycho Racing. .860 put up by Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. That's our top time so far in the Unlimited class. Their sponsors got to be happy about that. Psycho Racing, sponsored by Positive Electric Incorporated, Kinney Industries, C&L Fab, and HR's Engines. So Psycho Racing getting that rotation down after a DNF in the first round, putting up a solid second round run time. Boat 66M in the water now. It's Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. Oh, Dylan Cummings and Mike. Sorry about that. Sorry, Dylan. Sorry, Mike. 66N, Dylan and Mike. Coming off a run of under 47.5 seconds in the first round. That'll be a clean run.
Nice job, buddy.
46.645, your official time for TNT Racing's Dylan Cummings and Mike McAnamy. So they're putting together a good day so far here at Extreme Sports Park, representing TNT Racing well. But 1-1-1 in the water now. It's New Zealand's Poison Ivy boat. Rob Mandog Cooley, your driver. Tanner Ward is navigator. They ran a clean run in their first round. But it's going to be a DNF early on here in the second. So some very impressive engine there, but a DNF. Just 3 more boats remaining here in the second round of qualifiers. Our island hoppers lending a hand over in the boat launch. Helping getting Poison Ivy back ashore. Just 3 more boats before our halftime break. Again, drivers and navigators, please be ready for driver introductions following the conclusion of this round. And race fans, again, if you need a quick cheat sheet at what's on hand for food, again, up on the berm, you got Knights of Columbus, Sweet Clouds and Candy Dreams, Fogtown Coffee, Aloha Smoothies, Egg Roll Hut, Highland County Donuts, Pizza Hut, and Ben's Barbecue for your lunch needs. And down by the beer garden, we've got Olympus Hot Dogs and Southern Nibbles. So be sure to check them out here in a little bit after our driver and navigator introductions. Also, folks, during our halftime break, be sure to check out T-Shirt Alley. All sorts of cool race swag down there. Don't forget to check out Jeff Halstead Photography. He's got some really cool stuff. Always a pleasure having him on hand at Extreme Sports Park. Speaking of the photography and enjoying having Jeff here, I want to also send a shout out to Ibex Off-Road Videos. Was talking to Orville earlier with Ibex Off-Road Videos. He's here from British Columbia taking some great videos, so very cool to have him here with us as well. So thank you, Ibex Off-Road Videos, for being here today. All right, 99M now. TNT's Tim Cummings and Jess Godsell. TNT Racing, a local team. Tim from Squim and Jess from Port Hadlock. The 99M boat, sponsored by T&D Contracting, Ed's Automotive, Doghouse Powder Coating, and the Roof Guru. And that is going to be a DNF. And they come close, but no hitting the fence, so that fence is safe for now. Folks, how about a round of applause over there? That up-close look you're getting of TNT Racing. So our Island Hopper is being put to work early on this weekend here at Extreme Sports Park. Thank you again, guys, for all your hard work. Doing awesome down there. Except you guys. You're just chilling, but that's cool. Put on a show for the fans or something. So our Island Hopper is getting that TNT boat back in the water here. So the fence all right there again. The fence down in the spin-out pool. Took a hard hit earlier, knocked out a power pole, but no worries because we've got APS Electric. And Extreme Sports Park would like to thank APS Electric for the many years of support you've given and taking care of all the electrical needs of the park. So a huge thank you to Brian, Andy, and Cheryl. We really appreciate all of the hard work you do, and looks like we're going to have a little bit more for you coming up. So as they inspect the TNT boat, we got a little jet ski rescue on the way out. They'll help Tim and Jess get back to shore. They'll inspect that 99M boat and hopefully be good to go for the third round of qualifiers following our halftime break. Also, while we have a moment, you heard from John a couple of times today. We would like to thank KISM 92.9 FM that has been advertising with us for years and allowing us to be part of the 92 Days of Summer giveaways with the Brad and John show. It was a pleasure meeting up with Brad and John at the Show and Shine yesterday. Hopefully you were able to join us all there and enjoy meeting our race teams and crews and checking in with Brad and John. Brad, not able to stay for the event today, but we're really happy to have John and Dan the Van Man down there helping out. Don't forget to visit their booth and enter to win up to $30,000. And that booth is just below the blacktop vending area. Just look for their sign. That's KISM 92.9 FM. Don't forget also, folks, if you're a parent and have kids, we do have the play zone located by ticket booth number 3 down by the handicapped area. It's a great place for kiddos to run off some of that energy, just $5 an hour. I don't think you've been able to find a babysitter for $5 an hour since probably about 1985, so that's a pretty good deal. Also, folks, we're really excited to be able to provide you with 2-day events for the second year in a row now as our sport continues to grow here in the United States. We just had our test and tune on June 8th here at Extreme Sports Park to provide some seat time for new drivers and give a chance for some of the drivers and teams to get familiar with new engines, parts, etc. These boats, again, they do not practice otherwise. Like we were telling you earlier, they don't even learn about this rotation until the night before. We are very proud that this sport has gained popularity, and it has now allowed us to have the races in 2 separate days. That's more racing for everyone to enjoy. As we approach the halfway point of today's show, again, today, strictly qualifier rounds. Our racers just aiming to make it into tomorrow's 8 cut. We've seen a little bit of everything so far today. Some really, really fast, clean runs. A couple clean runs where you could see our drivers and navigators were just kind of ironing out the course, maybe working off the rust a little bit. We've seen some pretty intense crashes. Hopefully, everybody's all right from those. We've also had a great, great group of volunteers helping to put this show on. We want to thank all of you. All right, just 2 boats to go here in the first half of today's event. It is going to be Wicked Racing's Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson coming out now in the 10 boat. Dan may be the track owner, but it was a DNF for him in the first round of qualifying, so we'll see if he can put together a clean run here. His navigator, Sammy, the birthday girl, hoping for a clean run here as well as they unload off of their trailer and into the water. The green flag is up once again. And the second to last boat of the first round, first half of the day is off and running. And that's going to be a clean run. And how about that for a clean run time for the 6-time Unlimited National Champ? 44.281. 44.281 Dan Morrison and the birthday girl, Sammy Gustafson, in the number 10 Wicked Racing boat. All right, folks, and then there was just one boat remaining before our halftime entertainment. This is the 39M boat, Jolly Rogers, Eric Werner, and Tina Huff. A DNF in their first run, hoping for better fortunes here. And here they go. The 39M boat running a 427 LS engine. And they're able to hang on for a clean run. .798, your official time for Jolly Rogers in the 39M boat. And that is going to wrap up the first 2 rounds of qualifiers here at Extreme Sports Park. The Jolly Rogers boat curbing it a little bit. But our Island Hoppers will help get that boat back in. And the folks down by the boat launch giving the Jolly Rogers crew a quick round of applause. As soon as Jolly Rogers is able to get back in the water and clear of the area, we'll be giving you our driver and navigator introductions, followed by our halftime entertainment. Our Island Hopper is getting ready to head in to take a much-needed break, recharge their batteries a little bit before they come out for the second half of our day of festivities. And folks, you spent the morning just identifying them by their awesome looking boats, the sound of their engines, and their cool fire suits. But now it is time to introduce you to the 2024 ASBR Pro Racing Series drivers and navigators. Ladies and gentlemen, starting off in the modified class, we'd like to introduce you to 611 boats, Jesse Denton and Terry Lamb of the Slippery Pickle. As soon as we've completely cleared out of the area. Our photography groups just making some room for our race teams to come through. All right, race teams, please, if you want to start making your way out onto the track, it's time to introduce our 2024 American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series drivers and navigators. All right, come on out. We're going to start off with the modified class today. As we see our modified folks heading out, we'd like to introduce you to the Slippery Pickle Boat 611. It's Jesse Denton and Terry Lamb. We also have Frank and Kelly Toftemark with Checkmate Racing in the 55 boat. Eric Petring and Scarlett Taylor in the 509 Bad Idea boat. TJ Burrows and Keith Boomhauer Brownsberger in the Jolly Rogers 208 boat. Selton Glebe and Savannah Patton in the number 3 boat. That's Full Tilt. Then we've got our Purcell Racing team, James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell in the 154B boat. In the 86 boat, Jason and Sam Christ. They're with Juggernaut Racing, putting on some solid runs earlier. And we also have the other half of our Purcell Racing duo in the 154A boat, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 modified class of the American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series. Moving on to our 400 class. In the 02 Livewire Racing boat, we've got Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. And next out with Preventing Insanity in the 27 boat, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. In the 156 boat, Bad Influence, it's Stephen and Randy Church. Jolly Rogers Racing in the 360 boat, Chris Farmer and Jen Farmer. They had that pretty hard hit earlier. We hope to see them back in action soon. In the 21 boat, Guano Loco, it is Larry Stihl and Chris Moldring. In boat 285, Pure Insanity, River Rogers and Cody Brisland. And wrapping things up in the 400 class in the 85 boat, it's Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach. And last but certainly not least, our unlimited class in the 36 boat, Bad Habits, Scott Rapp and Jalen Rapp. In the O2M boat, we've got Livewire Racing, Vaughn Trapp and Matt Denson. 151M Psycho Racing's Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. With TNT Racing in the 66M boat, it's Dylan Cummings and Mike McAnamy. In boat 111, from New Zealand, it's Poison Ivy's Rob Bandog Cooley and Tanner Ward. Also with TNT Racing in the 99M boat, Tim Cummings and Jesse Godsolf. With Wicked Racing in the number 10 boat, ESP's very own Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. And in the 39M boat for Jolly Rogers Racing, it's Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series powered by Stihl, modified, unlimited, and 400 class race teams. All right. Thank you again so much for joining us. We'll check in also with our friends from KISM before we take our break. John, how is everything going over on your end?
Oh, the action is hot and heavy at the tent. Everybody wanting to sign up for that $35,000 prize. Now's a great time if you haven't done it. Get up there. Dan the Van Man is at the tent, and you know what? He's got some of that knucklehead swag right now, but he's only got a limited supply. So if you want to win something, some kind of knucklehead thing from Dan the Van Man, you got to go see him now and go tell him Dan is the #1 van driver on the peninsula. You tell him that. Maybe if you give him a kiss on the cheek, he just might give you some of our knucklehead swag, our 930 knucklehead stuff. So come get it to the KISM tent right now. There's a limited supply.
Awesome. Thanks, John. Absolutely. Again, you heard that, folks, so be sure to check out the awesome stuff going on over at the KISM tent. Check out our vendors. Grab yourself some food. We're going to be back underway at precisely 1:30. So race teams, again, 1:30. We're going to get going again. And also, keep your eye on the boat launch. Our West Coast Surf Riders and the PNW Water X Racer groups are going to put on a show for you. Enjoy. We will be back with more ASBR Pro Racing Series action in just a little bit.
comes by and I'm like, okay, start my car. Well, and his upper body strength has to be amazing to do that. Absolutely. There's the right momentum, I guess. That guy crashed. For somebody who's trying to stand up, they're hard. Not easy. It takes a lot of upper body strength.
This is not the most crowded, but tomorrow probably. So today, what they did, they used to all put it in one day. It just took too long. So now they put 4 qualifiers in one day. Get all 4. If not, the 4th one tomorrow.
I've muted the audio because they've started playing copyrighted music. So we'll have the audio down during the lunch break. And we'll be back for the 3rd and 4th round of qualifying here in just a little bit. Approximately 15 more minutes, but it generally runs a little bit longer. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you can, give us a comment in the YouTube chat or a comment on Facebook. Also, like and subscribe. It's always helpful. Share it out. Let your friends know we're live streaming here, and we'll be back again tomorrow.
48 hours or so. Racers did not learn about this rotation until the day before the race. So today is the first opportunity that they have had to practice the course, and that's exactly what we were doing in the first half of the day, working out at the kinks, getting those first couple qualifying rounds in. Looked like we went probably about 50-50 on clean runs and DNFs. Again, those that did not finishes, not being a clean run. Looking to get a couple more qualifying rounds in this afternoon before we head to our finals tomorrow morning. Our island hoppers getting situated. All of our officials finding their spots. Timers getting in place. Our official spotters and race controllers getting set up. We'll be rolling here in just a moment. Couple small items of note to pass along, and by small item of note, I mean looks like a little one's sandal was misplaced. If your little baby or toddler is missing a sandal, probably a baby, that's pretty small. There was a sandal turned in up here at the booth, so come on over and claim your little one's sandal. Also have a birthday to pass along. Nellie, one of your buddies, wanted to wish you a happy birthday, so happy birthday, Nellie. Hope you're enjoying yourself out here. I asked who was wishing you a happy birthday. He said, no, you know. No problem. All right, sounds like our officials are ready. Boats revving up down in the launch area as we take on the second half of today's qualifying event. Folks, thank you again for joining us on a picture-perfect day for our first event of the 2024 season. Looks like we got good weather in store all weekend. Taking a look at what's in store here at Extreme Sports Park. Should be seeing temperatures in high 60s, low 70s for the rest of the day today and tomorrow. But, of course, bring your sunscreen because it does get a little bright in this area. Be sure to keep yourself cool and hydrated. We got plenty of vendors that are happy to help you out. And if you need a little cash to support those vendors, we do have 2 ATM machines on site, so don't worry, we got you covered.
I do hear it.
All right, the green flag is up, and we're back underway. The Slippery Pickle coming out strong to start off the second half of today's festivities. That 611 boat, driven by Jesse Denton and his navigator, Terry Lamb. Boat 611 with a clean run. That's their first one of the day. An official time of 53.041, 53.041. So after a couple of DNFs early on, Jesse and Terry got to be feeling good about themselves with a strong start. Looks like our island hoppers are seeing something in the water they need to go check on before we resume. With the speed and power at which these boats are maneuvering through the water, the smallest obstacle can cause catastrophic issues with the boats. Looks like they've recovered whatever it is. Looks like it must have been like a piece of foam or padding or something, but we are back up and ready to go. So next out is going to be Checkmate. That's Frank and Kelly top to mark. They've already had a clean run today. They were at under 49 seconds in the second qualifier. You'll see them coming out here in that gray, black, and red number 55 boat. Frank and Kelly from Castle Rock, Washington. Frank's a combustion turbine mechanic. Kelly's a student records manager for Kelso School District. And in their free time, they race boats. In 2023, they took second place overall for the modified class. Unfortunately, missing a turn early on in a DNF, and they knew it. They'll make their way back in. So Frank and Kelly sitting with a clean run time in the second qualifier of 48.738. They'll try and beat that, their next chance out in the fourth after a DNF here. So up next, this is Bad Idea. Bad Idea, a strong racing duo, Eric Airbrush Petring, along with Scarlett Angel Taylor. They've made the 8-cut numerous times over the years, never made it past that. But looking to find their way deeper this weekend. And that's going to be a clean run. .801, the official time there. That's 3 clean runs in a row. So a good job so far this afternoon for the Bad Idea team. 3 clean runs in a row, all between that 53 and 54 second mark. So setting themselves up for a solid weekend here at ESP. We've got one of our Jolly Rogers boats in the water now. It's the 208 boat. TJ Burrows, Keith Boomhauer Brownsberger. They've had a couple of clean runs to start off the day as well, hoping for a solid run in round 3 here. And here they go. So the first DNF of the day there for the 208 boat. But not to fear, the Jolly Rogers got a couple of clean runs under their belt. So despite the DNF, the Jolly Rogers 208 boat still has a clean run time of 52.363 from back in the second qualifier, so looking pretty good. That would give them the team with the second best run time at this point in the afternoon for the modified class. Full tilt now. They're looking for their first clean run of the afternoon. And here they go. Taking on that number 1 rotation. Looking for that first clean run of the day. One of their sponsors, Jeff Halstead Photography, I can see looking on at them, getting some shots in. And that's going to be the first clean run of the day for the full tilt boat. .257, the first clean run of the day for Selden and Savannah and the 03 boat. The 154B boat out next. That's the Purcell Racing team. Purcell Racing excited to be partnered with their new sponsor, Caliber Traffic Solutions, out of Clay Elum this season. Hoping to put on a good show for them. James idling on up to the starting line. The green flag is up. And here they go. That 154 boat with the fresh new paint job showing off that new sponsor. Caliber Traffic Solutions. Things got a little hectic there for a second, but able to correct and keep going. They could be looking at a clean run here. And they most certainly will. That's a clean run for the 154B boat. Purcell Racing's James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell. 49.447, 49.447. An awesome run for the 154B boat. Juggernaut revving up at the boat launch now in the 86 boat. Jason and Sam Christ. 2 clean runs already today. The green flag is up. And can they get a third here? Very controlled out of the gate, holding steady. You can definitely see Jason and Sam's familiarity and comfortability with this track. And it's another clean run, another solid one at that. And that time has been confirmed, 46.314. It's the best run of the day so far for the Juggernaut boat. And not only that, looks like that is our top run in the modified class at this point. So an awesome run there by the 86 boat, Jason and Sam Christ with Juggernaut Racing. So one more boat to go here in the modified class before we move on to our 400s. It's going to be Purcell Racing again with the 154A version of their boat. That is when Jeff drives and James navigates. The Jeff and James combo looking for their first clean run this afternoon. A couple of DNFs early on today. And here they go. Hoping for lucky number 3 here, looking for that first clean run. And it looks like the third time is going to be the charm. It's a clean run. So, third time is the charm for the 154A boat. Purcell Racing's Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. It's a clean run with the 64.372 run time. All right, so we saw a show from our racers in the modified class on that third round of qualifiers. Again, the top time that round was Juggernaut Racing with a 46.314. And our racers starting to tighten things up. Just 2 DNFs in the modified class there. So you're seeing the evolution of our race teams learning this rotation. So now on to the 400 class. Livewire Racing's Matt and Vaughn taking their third shot at qualifying this afternoon. And here they go. Getting hung up around the corner there, but still being able to hold on. A spin out. They're up on the beach. Some smoke coming out, but it doesn't appear to be any fire. It does appear, however, though, certainly that this will be a DNF. Our island hoppers checking in on Matt and Vaughn, making sure they're all right. Looked like they did a good 480 there or so. So our island hoppers getting Matt and Vaughn situated so they can make their way back in. And folks, if you've been lucky enough to make your way into our VIP area today, first of all, thank you so much for being a VIP with us. And we want to take a minute to thank the many sponsors that have purchased VIP spaces in our amazing VIP area, hosted by Connie and our friends and family. We are so grateful for all these sponsors and would ask that you please look at all the sponsor banners hung around the facility and their logos on our sponsor page and just take advantage of what they have to offer here. Please know that no matter how big or small the sponsorships are, they truly are the backbone of our community's survival. Please support those who support us. Thank you to all of ESP's sponsors for our 2024 ASBR Pro Racing Series. We also want to thank Stihl, not only for their park sponsorship, but also the ASB sanctioning body, and also a sponsor of one of our team's boats. So thank you, Stihl, for your sponsorship of the ASBR Pro Racing Series and Extreme Sports Park. Stihl's tools are the #1 selling brand of gasoline-powered handheld outdoor equipment in America. This legendary power and performance can now be found in the convenience of battery with no noise and limited maintenance. Pick your power with Stihl. Find yours at stihldealers.com. The 2024 ASBR Pro Racing Series powered by Stihl. Here's Preventing Insanity now, the 27 boat. A unique boat in that its driver, Leighton Lilly, powers all the controls in the boat by hand. Leighton lost the use of his legs early on in life, but continues to compete at the highest level of extreme sports competition. So again, this boat all hand operated by Leighton Lilly and navigated by Cody Holzer. Preventing Insanity out of Lewiston, Idaho. They've had a couple of clean runs so far today, coming off a great one of just over 43 and a half seconds. And it's going to be a clean run, and look at that. Looks like they beat their previous best. 42.817. It's official. What a run by Preventing Insanity.
Yep. Okay. It was brought to me as a gift. Lost dog. Thank you, Pam. Small enough. There you go. Are you going to keep the dog? Or do you want me to take the dog back?
All right, folks.
Well, I'm just saying the only reason why dogs in the venue.
Just a reminder, folks, no dogs in the venue, please, and please do not leave your children unsupervised. So within the venue, no dogs. Unfortunately, one little pup has gotten lost. A black female Dachshund up here in the broadcasting booth area. So if you are missing your pup, please visit us.
Could you please tell them to not let dogs run in the race area with people on bicycles and little kids? It's dangerous. Could you please announce that? Thank you.
Yeah, my husband was like, those kids are riding those bikes everywhere. Like, where's the parents?
So again, folks, please, no dogs within the venue. Let's keep them in your camping areas. Here's Bad Influence, the 156 boat. Stephen and Randy taking it out for just the third time since this boat has been assembled. So far, they're 2 for 2 in clean runs.
I can actually say it. I can say it.
Boat 156 with a clean run. A nice job done by the Bad Influence boat, Stephen and Randy. 46.262, their official time, 46.262. Well, folks, we hope you're having a great time out here this afternoon, and we've got all sorts of awesome food and refreshments for you, and one of our park owners, Kelly Morrison, up here right now to tell us about another fun item that you can enjoy yourself with here at ESP.
Okay, everybody, if you haven't noticed, we are selling Buzz Boxes. It's a drink in a box. They sell margaritas, mojitos, Cosmos, anything you can think of. And so if you go to one of our venues up on top or over in the beer garden, the Buzz Box babes are down there selling the Buzz Boxes. So please go check them out.
Awesome. Thank you, Kelly. Guano Loco in the water now, the number 21 boat. Looking there for their first clean run. Green flag is up, and here they go. That's our top run of the day at this point. So Pure Insanity with the best run of the day so far at the 42.673. Not behind, not far behind. Also with Rogers Racing is Preventing Insanity with 42.817. So Rogers Racing coming in and leaving their mark right away this weekend here at Extreme Sports Park. The 85 boat in the water now. And here they go. Brad Castle, Dakota Hembach. A couple of clean runs today. Shaved about 5 seconds off their second clean run earlier today. Brad, the former stock car and mud truck driver, getting a little bit more comfortable with each run behind the wheel of a sprint boat. And they're 3 for 3. That's another clean run. So 54.234, the official time there for the 85 boat. Again, their best time today is 53.466. So that's going to conclude the third round of qualifiers for the 400 class. Now we're going to move into the third round for the unlimiteds. Again, these boats live up to their namesakes. They've got all sorts of stuff within their vessels. So here's Bad Habit, Scott and Jalen Rapp, 2 DNFs to start the day, looking for that first clean run in the 36 boat. Idling on up towards our professional flagger, Ron Flogger. The green flag is up. And here they go. And it's going to be a DNF early on for Bad Habit. And ladies and gentlemen, we hope you and your families are enjoying yourselves here out at Extreme Sports Park. If the kids do need to run around a little bit, please take advantage of our kids zone located near the beer garden. It's a safe for cycle racing now. Coming off of a DNF in the first round of qualifiers, they really turned it up in the second round with a 45.860. Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman trying to one-up themselves right here. Kyle with over 2 decades in the sport to this point, and here they go. Looking good. And that's a clean run. That's going to be their best run of the weekend. It's official, 43.930.
Hey folks, I want to apologize. We are definitely having some unexpected internet outages here at the track, which we never have. It looks like it's bouncing again right now. So I apologize. We'll have him look at it, but it may be tomorrow before we have better internet.
TNT Racing 66M boat up next. Dylan Cummings and Mike McInerney. A couple of clean runs so far for the 66M boat. Looking for a third here. And they most certainly are going to get it. That's another clean run for the 66M boat. Dylan and Mike making it happen for TNT Racing. A 47.240 official time. Boat 111 in the water now. Rob Cooley and Tanner Ward in the Poison Ivy boat. The green flag is up. Poison Ivy idling up. And Mad Dog Cooley is off. So they were going at it hot. Caught a little air there and find the beach. So our island hoppers checking in on our 111 boat. Checking to make sure that everybody is all right. So that DNF that pulled Poison Ivy up on land, they're going to need a little assistance from our jet ski getting back into the pits. Our island hoppers helping hold that boat steady while our jet ski comes out. All right, looks like our island hoppers are taking matters into their own hands. They're going to pull that baby right back to shore. So nice job there of our island hoppers taking care of our race teams. And folks, Les Schwab stores and employees don't just sell tires and brakes. They take care of our neighbors and are part of our communities. We're committed to service in our stores and service in our communities because when our communities succeed, it's good for all of us. Les Schwab Tires. Another supporter of Extreme Sports Park is Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles. For all your domestic and foreign auto repair needs, call Frank's Automotive Repair. Now, for your graphic and printing needs, be sure to visit Pen Print. Heather and George are a large part of this community and support Wicked Racing in the Extreme Sports Park. We support you, Pen Print. Thank you for all you do for ESP. Another proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park is Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula Division. Lakeside Industries would like to welcome sprint boat racers and fans. Come see Lakeside today for all your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. So the Poison Ivy boat being hauled safely back in. We'll be back underway here shortly. All right, so our island hoppers getting all reset now. All right, looks like our island hoppers are ready to go. We will resume racing here. Scheduled out next is the 99M boat. It's another one of our TNT racing teams, Tim Cummings and Jess Godslove. They've been staying cool while everything's been getting situated, staying underneath some shade down at the boat launch. All right, that 99M boat in the water now as we hear them revving up. Looking for their first clean run of the day. The green flag is raised, and here they go. And that's going to be a clean run. So definitely not letting those first couple of DNFs hold them back. The 99M boat with a very solid run there of 45.670. A clean run for TNT Racing in the 99M boat, 45.670, their first clean run of the event. All right, here is Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson in the number 10 boat. Looking for a clean run here. Dan Morrison of Morrison Excavating, which is a proud sponsor of Extreme Sports Park. They also built this track that's being raced on today. So Dan racing on the track that he helped build. And it's going to be a clean run for Wicked Racing. And how about that run time? 42.397. 42.397. So the top time so far in the unlimited class. All right, Jolly Rogers Racing up next. The 39M boat, Eric Werner and Tina Huff. This will be the final run of the third round of qualifiers. And here they go. They're looking to beat their previous best of a 45.798 that they ran in the second round of qualifiers. Eric Werner, a longtime member of the sprint boat racing community, along with his navigator, Tina. And a little snap, crackle, pop there, but they're able to hold on for a clean run. This is a 45.595 official time on that one. All right, so we've got 3 rounds of qualifiers down so far. As we jump back into the modified class, taking a look at the numbers here, the best run of the day in the modifieds to this point is Juggernaut Racing. They've just had a great day overall, starting the day in a little under 49 seconds, coming off their best run in the third qualifier of 46.314. So again, the leaders to this point in the modified class, timing-wise, the 86 boat. Keeping things in order, it's going to be the Slippery Pickleback out there. And here they go. And that's going to be a DNF. So a DNF there for Jesse and Terry. However, they do have a clean run time of 53.041 back in the third qualifier. So, still a successful day to this point. Day one is just all about getting that rotation down, making your improvements, perfecting your route, and trimming up that time. So now the 2004 USSBA Rookie of the Year takes to the seas. It's Frank and Kelly top to mark and checkmate. Boat number 55. And the green flag slowly raised. Here they go. The Checkmate team wants to thank their sponsor, Marshall's Tuning and Thrashing. And that's going to be a clean run. If that time holds up, it's going to be Check Run's personal best of the day, and it sure does. 47.788. A very solid run there for Checkmate. So Bad Idea Racing back in the water now. Bad Idea Racing, sponsored by Greasy Rat Garage, Imagine Graphics, The Dudes, Crawford's Custom Upholstery, Central Coast Airbrush, and S&J Engines, is having a good day today. Bad Idea with 3 clean runs at this point. Looking for a 4th. All of their runs are between 53 and 54 seconds. So let's see what they can pull off here. See if they're trying to maybe perhaps beat that 53 mark that they've set for themselves. Green flag is up. And here they go. So a slight hiccup right out of the gate there, but still coming out strong. And it's a clean run. And there they go again, sticking in between that 53 and 54 mark, but nonetheless a very good run time of 53.797, 53.797, your official time there for the 509 boat. Bad Idea. 208 boat now, TJ Burrows and Keith Brownsberger, Jolly Rogers Racing. The 208 boat sponsored by RC Worst Co., Roadkill Grill, Liberty Landworks, and Impact Auto Body. The Jolly Rogers team making their way from Spirit Lake, Idaho, to join us here in Port Angeles this weekend. That's going to be a DNF there, but that 208 boat has put together a very solid qualifying time earlier today. They were at under 52.5 seconds back in the second qualifier, so still a successful day at the park. The number 3 boat in the water now. So the 03 boat, Full Tilt Racing, Selden Glebe, and Savannah Patton. They had their first clean run of the day, coming out of the halftime break. Looking to build on that, their previous clean run, a little over 68 seconds. Here they go. And Full Tilt there with a clean run, shaving a few seconds off their official time from previous runs. This time a 64.020, 64.020. Back-to-back clean runs for the Full Tilt crew. More birthday wishes to pass along. Couple of little ones out there wanting to wish a happy 20th birthday to Miss Kendra. So happy 20th from the little guys, Miss Kendra. $154B in the water now. Purcell Racing. The 154B version sees James Goldberg as your driver, Margaret Purcell as your navigator. Here they go. That's a clean run. .238 for the 154B boat. Boat 86 in the water now. This is Juggernaut Racing. They've been having a great day to this point. Nothing but clean runs so far for Jason and Sam. Hoping to go 4 for 4 here. Green flag is up. And that 358 Chevy is revving as they hit the rotation. And they've done it. That's 4 for 4 today for Juggernaut Racing. 4 runs, all clean runs. This one coming at 51.089, 51.089. So taking a look at the modified class, looks like the 2 sets of race teams that have really figured out this rotation well early on, both the 509 boat, Bad Idea, along with Juggernaut's 86 boat, all have had 4 clean runs today. So both those teams 4 for 4. The last boat up here in the 4th round of qualifiers for the modified class is the 154A Purcell Racing boat. They are currently on the 5-minute clock as they will look to get things situated and back in the water. So, folks, while we're on the clock, don't forget about the great upcoming events here at ESP. We, of course, will have our final qualifiers in the morning here at ESP, followed by our finals in the afternoon. And then, coming up a little bit later in the schedule, we're going to have another round of Extreme Sports Park ASBR Pro Racing. That's coming up September 7th and 8th. And shortly after that is Fall Fest. Fall Fest is going to be a blast. It's going to be September 20th through 22nd. Be sure to come check that out. It all kicks off that Friday at 4 p.m., going through Sunday at 5 p.m. Be sure to check out the schedule of events and more information within your program. Also, folks, if you haven't had a chance to check out our team vendors, be sure to head down to T-Shirt Alley. You can't miss it over by the boat launch. We got a handful of our teams selling their wonderful merchandise. You definitely won't be able to miss the Slippery Pickle booth. They've got quite the little advertiser over there, waving a sign for you. Also, check out Jeff Halstead Photography. You could be the lucky fan that walks away with another one of their calendars during tomorrow's event. So tonight, be sure to brush up on your 2023 standings, figure out who those winners were for your chance to win a Jeff Halstead 2025 ESP calendar at tomorrow's event. Green flag is up, and here we go. We're back underway. So that 154A boat able to beat that 5-minute clock and head on out for their fourth qualifier. It's Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. They've got one clean run so far, 64.332, looks like. Jeff and James looking to put together a solid run for their new sponsor, Caliber Traffic Solutions out of Clay Elm. And that's going to be a clean run. Official time 58.090. So Jeff and James with Purcell Racing able to shave about 6 seconds off their previous best. So a nice wrap up to the fourth round of qualifiers for the modified class. Next up is the 400 class, and ladies and gentlemen, Copycat Graphics and Signs is your premier print shop of the Pacific Northwest. They are the one-stop shop for all your business advertising needs. They offer custom apparel, vehicle and vessel graphics, full vehicle wraps, graphic design, signs, A-board, banners, and more. That's Copycat Graphics, your premier print shop of the Pacific Northwest. Livewire Racing taking their fourth shot at things today in the O2 boat in the 400 class. Came out of the gate strong with a clean run in their first qualifier. DNF'd in the second and third attempts. And that's going to be a DNF. Race Fans T Enterprises specializes in site prep for small buildings and sheds, driveway grading, and maintenance. We also have an excavator with brush mower along with traffic for tractor for field mowing and rototilling, call for an estimate 360-912-2976. That's T Enterprises. So the 27 boat back in the water now, preventing insanity, is Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. They've done nothing today except for put on back-to-back-to-back clean runs, getting better and better with each and every one of those runs. Their best time of the day, a 42.817. And here they go. That 42.817, second best time in the 400 class, behind fellow Roger Racing team River Rogers and Cody Brisland. And that's going to be a clean run. So 43.412 the official time, and what a day it's been so far for preventing insanity.
Just so you know, I'm sitting this one out. So don't freak everybody out. I had some heat cream. That way, just take it easy. I hear you. So figured everybody's gonna freak out when they don't go out there, especially at home.
All right, 156 in the water now. Stephen and Randy Church. It's been a good day for them as well. 3 for 3 in qualifiers so far. And here they go. And that's going to be the fourth consecutive clean run for the 156 boat, Bad Influence. .061 the official time there. That's their best time of the day. And that, folks, is an example of a race team really learning the track throughout the day and just getting better and better. Stephen and Randy, every run today got a little better and a little better, starting the day off at a 50.6.5 or so. Now with a 46.061. So nicely done there by the Bad Influence crew in the boat 156. The boat 21 in the water now. Guano Locos, Larry Stihl and Chris Moderig had their first clean run of the day back during the third qualifier. They run a 12-foot slipstream. And that's going to be another clean run. So 53.697, the official time for you there for the Guano Loco boat. That is their best time of the day. Boat 85 in the water now, the last of the 400 class this afternoon, Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach. They've had 3 clean runs. Green flag is up. And here we go. And looking for their 4th clean run of the day, and there they go. They got it. .305, the official time there for the 85 boat. So now moving into the Unlimiteds in the 4th round of qualifiers here. Currently, boat 36 is on the clock, the 5-minute clock for Scott and Jalen Rapp. They've got 3 DNFs today, so hoping to get in the water to try and come away with a clean run here. So with Bad Habit on the clock, the Unlimited class just waiting to get rolling. As we're at the tail end of the 4th round of qualifiers, just 1 round of qualifiers remaining this afternoon, barring any unforeseen delays. Our Island Hoppers revving the crowd up, sending out some goodies. Keep an eye out for those folks. And race fans, don't forget the Cascade Renegade Riders are here today to support the Burned Children's Recovery Foundation. All donations will be sent to help with the recovery of burned children. If you would like to donate, please drop off your information by the tower after the show today. So with the 36 boat on the clock, it's going to move on to the 02M boat. 36 has 2.5 minutes left on the clock. In the meantime, Livewire Racing is going to take their 4th shot at this course. And here they go. This is the unlimited version of the Livewire Racing team's boats. Von Trapp drives the unlimited version with Matt Denson as his navigator. Matt drives their 400 boat while Vaughn navigates that one. And that's going to be a clean run. So 55.007 the official time there for Livewire Racing. Meanwhile, just 1 minute remaining on the clock for the 36 boat. And the clock has been canceled by Bad Habit. They are not going to run in the 4th qualifier here. So Bad Habit sitting with 3 DNFs will sit out this round. They'll have one more shot in the 5th qualifier. So now we've got 66M in the water, Dylan Cummings and Mike McAnemy. They've got 3 clean runs today. The reason we're not seeing 151M, they're just taking a breather for this one, Psycho Racing. Kyle came up and chatted with me earlier. They're just taking it a little easy to wrap up the day. Spinning out, but they're still technically on track. And there they go. They're able to correct themselves. And that's going to be a clean run. So despite a little bit of a spin out there, it's a 52.664. As Dylan and Mike are able to persevere in the 66M boat for TNT Racing. So 52.664, the official time there. Boat 111 in the water now, Poison Ivy. We saw them DNF last round. Weren't sure if they were going to be able to run after coming up on the beach pretty hard early on, but they're going to give it another shot. Again, it's Mad Dog Cooley along with his navigator Tanner Ward. Mad Dog Cooley and Tanner Ward in the boat 111 Poison Ivy. The 111 boat getting everything prepped over in the launch, making sure they are good to indeed compete in this round. And while they're getting situated down there, we at Extreme Sports Park would like to thank the many countless volunteers that have come to make this event possible. We wouldn't be able to do it without you. Take a moment when you see someone in a staff shirt and say thank you for their help. All right, the 111 boat in the water now. And here they go. Looking smooth so far out of the gates. So after thinking they were going to have to sit out this round, that is not the case at all. Poison Ivy instead coming through with a very solid, clean run. .445, the official time there. 44.445 for Poison Ivy, boat 111. So TNT Racing scheduled to come out next. It's going to be the 99M boat. That's Tim and Jess is the crew behind the wheel. After a couple of DNFs in the first half of the day, they came out strong in the third qualifier with a 45.670. So that's the personal time to beat for Tim Cummings and Jess Godsolf with the TNT Racing 99M boat. Green flag is up, and here they go. So a DNF there, but again, a clean run earlier. So they did get one clean run in so far today. And they'll get one more shot this afternoon. So Wicked Racing in the water now. This is the number 10 boat. Dan Morrison and Sammy Gustafson. Dan, the self-employed excavating contractor here in Port Angeles. Green flag is up. And here they go. Wicked Racing with a clean run. .730 the official time for the home park driver. And wrapping up our fourth round of qualifying here is going to be Eric Werner and Tina Huff. They're in that 39M boat, Jolly Rogers Racing. They've got a couple of clean runs today. So after this run, there's going to be one final round of qualifiers for this afternoon. So one final round of qualifiers following this run here in the unlimited class. The 39M boat in the water now after being unloaded with the Jolly Roger flag raised high above them. Patiently making their way up to the starting line. Hoping to beat a personal best of 45.595 this afternoon. Green flag is up. And here they go. And 39M wraps up the fourth round of qualifiers with a clean run. So 44.539, the official time there to wrap things up for the unlimited class in the fourth round of qualifiers. Now just one round of qualifying remaining this afternoon before we put a cap on things. Hope you've been enjoying yourself so far. Is everybody ready for one final round of qualifiers? Are you all enjoying yourselves so far today? Let's make some noise for our race teams. Pump them up a little bit for this final round. All right. Beer Gardens, have you guys been having a good time today? All right. And VIP, how about you? Nice, nice. Well, thank you all of you, whether you're general admission, VIP, Beer Gardens, wherever you're at. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. as the Slippery Pickle is getting things kicked off here in the 5th round of qualifying. 5th and final round for Jesse Denton and Terry Lamb. Catching a little bit of dry land there, but able to correct. Still could be looking at a clean run. It's a clean run. They're upside down, though. Our Island Hoppers rushing out to check on them. Looks like they've come right side up again. Running to check that everybody's okay. All right, they're up and waving. Looks like everybody's okay. Let's give them a hand with the Slippery Pickle. Slip sliding around out there. So despite the hiccup at the end there, it is a clean run, 51.568 for the Slippery Pickle, living up to their namesake here in the 5th round of qualifying. Well, folks, there's still time. If you haven't yet, be sure to check out our T-shirt alley and see all the cool stuff that our race teams have to offer. We've got everything down there from T-shirts, sweatshirts, tank tops, koozies, bumper stickers, all sorts of good stuff. Also, if you have any questions and want to learn more about these race teams, these folks would love to tell you more. And if you'd like to see some beautiful photography of the American Sprint Boat Pro Racing Series, check out Jeff Halstead's photography. He's got some great stuff from ESP that he's taken over his time following the sport. And again, if you're attending tomorrow's event, which we certainly hope you are, after coming for the qualifying rounds, you of course would want to stay for the finals. But when you are here tomorrow, do keep in mind, after you check out Jeff's booth, you will have a chance to win one of his 2025 Extreme Sports Park calendars. So be sure to brush up on your ASBR knowledge for your chance to win.
They were packing hay bales with it. Yeah, I think we're about done for the day, so. They'll have it drained out by the time we build it. Yeah. That's all right. They're doing a good job.
Also, folks, plan early for a safe and fun Halloween time with your kids. ESP's Trick or Treat Trail is free to all the little ghosts and goblins on Halloween Day from 2 p.m. till dark. We provide a safe and fun atmosphere for all the children in our community. We will have over 30 themed booths sponsored by our local businesses, including a police car, dump truck, excavator, and sometimes a helicopter. We'll have Pizza Hut again this year to sell pizza by the slice to fill the trick-or-treaters' tummy. So please come and check out some very creative outfits, not only worn by the kids, but adults as well. Again, that's ESP's Trick or Treat Trail. It's free for all little ghosts and goblins. Halloween Day, 2 p.m. until dark. We also want to thank our officials once again for helping make this event happen. They bring their expertise to each and every show. This could not be done without them. We also thank our safety crew, the Island Hoppers, for the huge risks that they take to keep everyone on the hot track safe. And we also appreciate the amazing people who helped with this event and could not run this show without our fabulous volunteers, staff, and the 4x4 launch crew. We appreciate you all. We also have some amazing photographers and live stream that can be seen all around the world, so please check that out as well. You can check out our live stream on YouTube or Facebook. And we've been giving different ones shout-outs throughout the day, but we want to thank all of our sponsors that help support our track here at ESP. Herman Brothers for supporting us in all our events, as well as supporting our entire community. Lakeside for all our improvements with gravel and pavement in our amazing blacktop vending area. And Straight View Credit Union for all their involvement and for purchasing the brand new timing scoreboard in the pits. And that is where the scores for each boat are recorded. That's new this year. Very nice to have down there. Our race teams love it. Previously, we had a whiteboard down there that we just tried to keep legible throughout the day, running back and forth, updating. Now being able to digitalize that on a beautiful HD screen is really cool. So just another step in the evolution of the ASBR Pro Racing Series, powered by Stihl. So our tractor out there, getting the slippery pickle loaded up. The slippery pickle going out with a bang to wrap things up this afternoon. So while they're getting things loaded up, we'll give you one last little snapshot at what to expect at that Fall Fest event in September. Again, that's going to be about 2 weeks after our next race here. So that next race is going to be September 7th and 8th. Then you've got Fall Fest the whole weekend of September 20th through 22nd. New this year, a couple of monster truck shows. That's going to be pretty awesome. The 4x4 Unlimited Series Extreme Obstacle Racing Show is back by popular demand. And we've also added the PNW Fast Racing 4x4s with lots of horsepower to rip around on the new track that has been constructed just south of the pits. After all, that is why they call this Extreme Sports Park. We also have a secured space for the Dreamcatcher hot air balloon, so it's your chance to ride in a hot air balloon that can reach up to 300 feet, so come check it out. We will be having a huge beer and spirits garden as well, tons of music, and we're going to be hosting our first cornhole tournament, and that is sure to be a hit. We'll also have fun activities, including axe throwing alley, pumpkin patch, hay maze, hay rides, petting zoo, bounce houses, face painting, zip lining, and all the food you can think of. There are so many things to do, we just can't even list them all. Again, this is an awesome adventure for a weekend of fun for you and the whole family. Family day tickets are free for those 5 and under, and $8 to $10 for children and adults. So again, that is Fall Fest. Be sure to check it out September 20th through 22nd right here at ESP. All right, our island hoppers have had a chance to cool off again for a second in the water, now making their way back to their stations. Once they're back in place, we can resume this final round of qualifiers. Doing a couple of equipment checks out there, making sure everything's coming through. And everybody out there, if you're still hungry, there is still a chance to grab a bite to eat before we wrap things up this afternoon. Be sure to visit High Country Donuts, Aloha Smoothies, Sweet Dreams Cotton Candy, Olympus Hot Dogs, Pizza Hut, Southern Nibbles, Egg Roll Hut, Knights of Columbus, Fogtown Coffee, Joey's Ice Cream Truck, Christian Gentry, and Benjamin Roderick Barbecue. All sorts of good stuff. Our food vendors here at ESP. And again, if you just want to refresh yourself on the rotation today, go ahead and check out the track rotation midway through your program. Again, we're rotation 1 today. It will be rotation 1 for the whole weekend, so we'll do rotation 1 for our finals tomorrow as well. However, when we come back in September, we'll see. We won't know until the night before. Will it be 1, 2, or 3? So Checkmate Racing revving up and ready to go. Down in the boat launch, the 55 boat, that's Frank and Kelly top to mark. A couple of clean runs on the day today. Their best run came in the 4th qualifying round, a 47.788. Green flag slowly raised. And we're back underway. Frank and Kelly took 2nd place overall in the modified class during the 2023 ASBR Pro Racing season. Hoping to get off to a good start to this year's events. And they sure will with a clean run and a solid time. 47.033, that's their best time of the day. A very good run by Checkmate in the 55 boat. So after Checkmate wraps up their first day of racing, it's now Bad Ideas' turn to take one last crack at it. Bad Ideas found lots of success on the track today. 3 clean runs to this point, all between that 53 and 54 second mark. Their best time, 53.221. That was back in the 2nd round of qualifying. Let's see if they're able to get down all the way to 53 or lower. Here they go. And it's going to be a clean run, 5 for 5 on the day. 56.552, the official time there. 56.552 for Bad Idea. A great first day of racing. Put together solid runs all day, clean runs all day, so definitely getting a familiarity for the track, and you can bet when they're back tomorrow morning, they're going to push it just a little bit harder to see if they can get the top time in their class. Definitely have that rotation down. Next step, picking up that speed a little bit, seeing if you can keep that control. And, of course, you want to come away with a checkered flag when everything's all said and done. Now it's Jolly Roger's last chance for the 208 boat. Seeing what they can do to wrap up their day on a high note. They have already put together a couple of solid runs today, their best being 52.363. The 208 boat, sponsored by RC Worst Company, Roadkill Grill, Liberty Landworks, and Impact Auto Body. And here they go. .208 with the clean run. So definitely not a bad day at the park at all for the 208 boat of the Jolly Rogers race team. TJ and Keith will wrap up their day with a 53.148, one of 3 clean runs they've put on today. Halfway through the modifieds now. So now it's boat 03 Full Tilt Racing. Selden Glebe and Savannah Patton. After a rough start to the day that saw a couple of DNFs before halftime, they've come back out with 2 back-to-back clean runs. Hoping to shave a little bit of time off here. Their last run was a 64.020. The Full Tilt team, kind enough to let us borrow Clint Birch from them earlier, the recently retired racer, who spent some time with us this morning, educating us all about the different classes of boats. So thank you, Full Tilt, for letting one of your experts come hang out with us earlier. And Full Tilt's going to finish their afternoon with a clean run, 62.887. That's their best run of the day. So our racers trying to end things on a high note this afternoon. And it certainly will be a high note there for Full Tilt. Again, 62.887, the best run time of the day for Selden and Savannah. Purcell Racing in the water now, the 154B boat. It's been a good day at the park so far for James and Margaret. A handful of clean runs to this point. All around that 49.5-second point. Here they are. Their best run earlier today was a 49.224, trying to improve on that. They set that mark for themselves back in the second qualifier. Trying to hang in there, but they end up back up on the beach. That's going to be a DNF. Our island hoppers heading over to assist getting that boat back in the water. So certainly still a productive day of racing for the 154B boat, despite the DNF there. They had 3 clean runs out of 5 this afternoon, all under 50 seconds, so a very good showing here in the modified class. And fans, keep an eye on those island hoppers. They're listening for you. They got some stuff to throw out, but you got to make some noise for them. Who's going to be the loudest, guys? And they're off. Well, race fans, we certainly hope that you've enjoyed our first day of racing here at ESP for our first event of the 2024 season. And KISM 92.9, we want to thank you again for being here with us, and we hope you enjoyed yourselves as well. Thank you so much for Brad and John for the time you spent out with us at the Show and Shine last night. And thank you, John and Dan the Van Man, for being out here today. Fans, hope you've had a chance to check out their booth today. So thanks again to our special guests. We also want to send a special shout out to Stihl. Stihl's tools are the #1 selling brand of gasoline-powered handheld outdoor equipment in America. This legendary power and performance can now be found in the convenience of battery with no noise and limited maintenance. Pick your power with Stihl. Find yours at stihldealers.com. Boat 86 in the water now. That's Jason and Sam Christ. Having a great day at the park so far. They, of course, represent Juggernaut Racing. And they're off. Personal best today is a 46.314. Seeing if they can top it to wrap things up this afternoon. And it's going to be a clean run. So 5 runs, all clean. That one, 49.449 overall. Juggernaut Racing with the best time in the modified class to this point today at the 46.314 that they run back at the third qualifier. So they have had a fantastic first day here at ESP. What's his last name? So one last boat scheduled in the modified class. It's the 154A boat. So the 154A boat looking to participate in this final round of qualifying. Joe, if we could get you to the pits to do a post-crash inspection on that 154 boat.
What's his last name? Black? Joe what? What's his last name?
So they're going to check out that Purcell Racing boat, make sure it's good to go, and that will put a bow on the modified class for our first day of racing. Meanwhile, the 400 class starting to line up. Again, just making sure that that 154 boat is safe for travel before they take off. And make sure you and your family are safe for travel when you take off with Les Schwab. Les Schwab stores and employees don't just sell tires and brakes. We take care of our neighbors and are part of our communities. We're committed to service in our stores and service in our communities because when our communities succeed, it's good for all of us. Les Schwab stores. So 154 finding themselves on the 5-minute clock, trying to make sure that they are safe to ride. So the clock ticking for Purcell Racing as Jeff and James hoping to get out on the water for one last shot at a qualifying round this afternoon. They do have a couple of clean runs today. Their best time, 58.090. All right, and it looks like the modified class is going to wrap things up as the 154A boat is going to call it a day. They'll be back at it tomorrow. So now we move on to our 400 class. They're ready to go for their last round of qualifying. Taking a look at today's modified class, the best time we saw, well, Juggernaut Racing really put on a show. Their best time today, a 46.314. So that is your top time today for the modified class. We'll see what they have in store for us tomorrow. Right now, it's the 400 class getting started for their last run of the day. Here's 02, Matt Denson and Vaughn Trapp. Live Wire Racing. In the 400 class, Matt's the driver, Vaughn is the navigator, and here they go. Their 400 class boat is sponsored by Trapp Contracting Services LLC, Ed's Automotive and Machine, Doghouse Powder Coating, Cornwell Tools, and Maxwell Silver Hammer Construction. Trying to keep control there. A bit of a spin out, but they could still keep themselves on track. Yep, they sure do. So a nice job correcting themselves here. And coming down the home stretch. It could be, it might be, it is a clean run. So way to hang in there, Live Wire Racing. That's going to be a clean run. Their second clean run of the day. 56.788. That's their best time of the day in the 400 class. So a personal best for Live Wire Racing. Way to hang in there and come through with a clean run. So preventing insanity in the water now. Late Lily and Cody Holzer has had a fantastic day so far. Their best run time today, 42.817. That came back in the third qualifier. Preventing Insanity, sponsored by Gateway Trailers, Rogers Motors, Westside Machine, Sprint Tech, Hot Shots Espresso, Superior Construction, and RSR Dynamic Designs. Looking for their 5th straight clean run of the day here. And that's going to be a clean run. .700. That's a personal best for the day for Preventing Insanity. What a run to wrap things up in the 5th round of qualifiers. Boat 156 in the water now, their last shot for the day. Stephen and Randy Church, Bad Influence, the boat. And here they go. Bad Influence, sponsored by Cobalt Computer Services, Jet Spec Ltd., and Order of Man. A new boat this season, a fresh new paint job, the new logo design featuring a silhouette of Randy's brother, who is currently serving in the United States Army. So very cool design there. They're going to catch a little bit of the beach there. It looks like they're a little hung up on the island. Are they going to be able to break free? All right, the Island Hopper's hands have made contact, which means that it's officially a DNF. So what can happen there, folks, and you'll see sometimes if a boat might stall out a little bit or get a little hung up, if they're still on rotation, if it looks like there's any chance they're going to be able to get up and running again, you'll see the Island Hoppers keep their hands raised. No one's allowed to touch that boat until it's indeed deemed inoperable to finish the run. As soon as they touch that boat, it becomes a DNF. So in this case, that's one where it looked like Bad Influence wasn't going to be able to finish this as a clean run, so had to give them a little bit of help. And that will put an end to their first day of racing. But a solid first day nonetheless. That was actually the first DNF of the day for the 156 boat. So a great day of racing for Bad Influence. So 21 in the water now. Guano Loco, Larry Stihl, and Chris Molderig. They've buttoned things up a bit since starting the day with a couple of DNFs. Now they've had back-to-back clean runs. Their last one, just 53.697 seconds. So it looks like they lost power there, catching the island a bit, but they're able to stick the landing. They still haven't technically DNF'd. Again, we just talked about that. Okay, now they have. They had that little island hop right there, but they technically had stayed in rotation, so it was a matter on if they were able to get up and running again. However, that's not the case. But a nice little stunt show put on there for the fans by Guano Loco to wrap up their day. They're going to finish their day with a personal best of 53.697. That came in the 4th round of qualifiers. And they'll be back out and ready to go tomorrow morning. All right, fans, make some noise. This could be your last chance this afternoon to win some of this cool Island Hopper swag. Better be loud for them. And not just for the free stuff. Let's be loud for them just for all the hard work they put on today. What a job by our Island Hoppers. Race fans, we hope you had a great time visiting with our teams at the Show and Shine yesterday. We want to thank Lower Elwha Food and Fuel Campus, which strives to bring the best possible service and prices to our Olympic Peninsula. Thank you for hosting us yesterday. With regular customers returning daily, we know how best to serve you, and they certainly do. Our race teams all got to learn from firsthand experience. Lower Elwha Food and Fuel neighbors in this community, you can count on us to be your destination and your gateway to the Olympic National Park. So Guanaloco back safely up on the trailer as we resume our final couple of boats here in the 400 class this afternoon. Boat 85 in the water now. Boat 85, the final boat in the 400 class today. And here they go. And the 85 boat's going to wrap things up with a clean run for Brad Castle and Dakota Hembach. 56.305, 56.305, your official run time there, wrapping things up in the 400 class. So a solid day of racing. 5 runs, all clean runs. That wraps things up in the 400 class as the previously scheduled boat 285 had called it a day. So now our final class of boats and our final round of qualifiers for our first day of racing here in 2024. So scheduled out first is Bad Habit, the 36 boat. They are on the 5-minute clock as they prepare to get themselves ready to ride. So we're going to skip ahead to live wire racing in the 02M boat. Von Trapp driving, Matt Denson the navigator. They've had a solid day. Clean runs in all 4 rounds of qualifying so far. The only thing that can make their day better is beating their personal best to a 54.136, and here they go. So not able to complete the clean run, a DNF towards the end there, but still a very solid day of racing for Vaughn and Matt. So just a short amount of time remaining on the clock for the 36 boat if they want to be able to make it out for their final run of the day. In the meantime, boat 151 is in the water now. So this is Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman. Sat out that last round, but back at it to wrap things up this afternoon. They do got a couple of clean runs today. One of them under 44 seconds, trying to beat that here in the final round of qualifiers. Green flag is up. And here they go. And 151M with a clean run. .698, the official time there, 43.698. Kyle pulling a little bit of a fast one on me there. Came up just a little bit ago in that fourth qualifier that he sat out on. Made it sound like he was calling it a day, but apparently the itch came back, and he wraps up his day with a clean run. So a nice day of racing for Kyle Patrick and Chris Bowman in the 151M boat, Psycho Racing. Meanwhile, the 36 boat, Bad Habit, that had been scheduled to start things off for the Unlimiteds, they have called it a day, so they are out for the rest of the day. We instead here are going to see the 66M boat, that's TNT Racing's Dylan Cummins and Mike McNamee. Dylan and Mike have had 4 clean runs today. Looking for number 5. They're humming around the track in a 13-foot modified Jetco. Dylan and Mike, both local to the area. Dylan out of Squim, Mike from Port Angeles. And it's a clean run for the local team. So putting on a show for the local fans, 5 runs, all clean runs, 48.673. 48.673, your official time for TNT Racing in the boat 66M. So coming out next is going to be Poison Ivy, boat number 111. In the water now. Mad Dog Coley's been showing off his skills stateside today, hailing from New Zealand, the birthplace of jet sprint boat racing. Tanner Ward, his navigator. And here they go. What a run! Mad Dog Coley showing the Americans and Canadians how it's done with a 42.334. That's the best one of the day, I think. Yeah, I think that is. So what a run there for Poison Ivy. Taking a look at the numbers here, that does look like that is indeed the top run today in the unlimited class. So what a show for the New Zealand driver. $99M in the water now for the final time today. This is our other TNT racing boat. It's Tim Cummings and Jess Godsolve. And here they go. And that's a clean run to wrap things up for the 99M team. $46.129. A nice way to wrap things up for TNT Racing's afternoon. Word coming down that the number 10, the local team, Wicked Racing, they are calling it an afternoon. We will not see Wicked Racing participate here in this final qualifier, but they will, of course, be joining us again tomorrow morning. So we are down to our final boat for the day. This is going to be Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Jolly Rogers 39M boat. So Eric and Tina looking to put on a good show for you to wrap things up this afternoon. They're coming off their best run of the day, running a 44 and a half seconds, 44.539. Seeing if they can beat that here. Cutting through the water very smoothly out of the gate. And that's going to put a bow on things this afternoon. A clean run for 39M, Jolly Rogers Racing, a 43.844. So that's going to wrap up our first day of qualifiers here at Extreme Sports Park. Did everybody have a good time out here this afternoon? All right, how about a big old round of applause for all of our race teams? And then, of course, one more round of applause for all the volunteers and vendors here today helping put this show on. For our Island Hoppers, thank you so much for coming out today, guys. We're glad that you enjoyed yourselves. We can't wait to see you back out here tomorrow. It's only going to get bigger, louder, faster as these racers compete for the checkered flag.
And to our live viewers online, we really much appreciate you for tuning in today, even through that tough internet outage we had around 2:30, but it seems to have been stable since then on my end. We will be back here at 10 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow with the elimination rounds and possibly more qualifying. So we'll see you there on Facebook and YouTube. Have a great day, everyone.